The moment his vision became blurry, a large number of skeleton generals appeared around Lin Moyu. This is an instinct. The secret realm is too dangerous, and accidents may happen at any time. Lin Moyu felt that he was being teleported and the rules around him were changed. His first reaction was to summon the skeleton god general and cover himself with skeleton hell. My vision continues to be blurry and I can't see anything. No matter whether you use the eyes of the soul in the other side realm or the vision of the undead, you can't see the surrounding situation clearly. The feeling of the soul has also become blurry, and I can vaguely sense something, but it is hazy. In this completely unfavorable situation, Skull will send back a lot of information. They were attacked. For other cultivators, it is absolutely disadvantageous to fight while blind. Although practitioners do not rely on the naked eye, they rely heavily on soul induction. If both abilities are affected, the combat power will also be greatly affected. Lin Moyu immediately ordered the skeleton generals to fight back. Although the target cannot be locked, the skeleton god general can still counterattack due to the large number of people. Lin Moyu summoned more skeleton generals and attacked from all directions. If you can't find the enemy, use the saturation attack method to cover all directions. The attack received by the skeleton god general is very strong, surpassing the 9th level of the god king and reaching the level of the little god. Facing the attacks at the level of the little god lord, the skeleton god general was continuously wounded and seriously injured. Lin Moyu snapped his fingers, and the legion ruler came out to treat the skeleton god general. As time goes by, the opponent's attacks seem to become more and more intense. The damage suffered by the skeleton god general is becoming more and more serious. Although the legion ruler can still heal, the number summoned by Lin Moyu is also increasing. At this time even the legion rulers were under attack. I don't know where the attack came from, and I don't know what method or rules were used. All I know is that the attack is all round. No matter how many skeleton generals or legion rulers there are, they will all be attacked at the same time. And they were attacked to exactly the same extent. Because of their realm, the legion rulers suffered more damage than the god generals. Legion rulers have most of the healing spells they cast for themselves. Only the owner Lin Moyu was not attacked for some reason. This is not the way to go. Lin Moyu knew well that if the attack was increased without limit, his undead army would be unable to survive sooner or later. Of course, he can also gamble. This kind of attack has limits. But he didn't dare to bet, because this was a regular calendar area. In the face of the power of rules, I can't afford to gamble. Unable to see, Lin Moyu quickly went through the entire experience in his mind. He suddenly realized that when the legion ruler first appeared, he was not attacked. It was because the legion ruler was attacked after he treated the skeleton god general. In other words, except for the first wave of attacks, subsequent attacks are passive, not proactive. Try it. As soon as his heart moved, a skeleton god appeared next to him. This skeleton god remained motionless and never launched any attacks. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 10 seconds passed, and he didn't receive any attack. Lin Moyu knew that he had guessed correctly. Except for the first wave of attacks, all subsequent attacks were passive. It was because of his order to counterattack that the index generals were attacked. The ruler of the legion was attacked equally because he treated the skeleton god general. Now he has two options. One is to let the current 100,000 skeleton generals and tens of thousands of legion rulers bear the attack until they reach the upper limit of their endurance, and then be destroyed. This loss is not too much for me and is completely bearable. Being able to bear it is one thing, being willing to bear it or not is another thing. Lin Moyu didn't want his undead army to sacrifice in vain. It's not that the undead army can't die, but it can't die for no reason. There is no need to think too much about this kind of thing. Lin Moyu comes completely from his heart and makes a decision in the next second. The Hell of Bones expanded instantly, covering all the skeleton generals. Lin Moyu used his own method to join the battle group. His action was obviously regarded as an attack. A wave of attacks fell, including Lin Moyu. The Hell of Bones shook violently and kept shaking. The Skeleton God General and the Legion ruler were also attacked. The attack ignored the obstruction of the Skeleton Hell and fell on them in a way that Lin Moyu could not understand. Mark. Lin Moyu drank lightly in his heart. One of the functions of Bone Hell is to mark attackers. The marked object can be locked by the soul. Sure enough, a mark appeared in Lin Moyu's consciousness. The next second, the soul locked onto it. There is no need to see it, as long as it is marked, it can be locked and cannot escape. Attack. With a soft shout in his heart, 100,000 skeleton god generals swung their swords at the same time and attacked the target. The sword energy swept across, and a white mass appeared in the blurred vision. Boom! A more violent counterattack appeared, and the undead army was once again severely attacked. The ruler of the Legion was busy healing, and all the skeleton generals were surrounded by white light. Lin Moyu sensed that the marked object was not without any damage. It did hurt, but not hard enough. His heart skipped a beat, more skeleton gods would appear. 100,000 skeleton god generals are not enough, so 1 million. As long as this space can accommodate it, 10 times more is no problem. The white sword energy filled this inexplicable space, as if something had been torn open, and Lin Moyu heard a scream. Light appeared in front of his vision. Recovery quickly followed. He saw a monster looking at him in horror. This monster has a round body and is full of spikes. Seeing it, Lin Moyu thought of a seafood called sea urchin. When I was in the small world, many people liked to eat sea urchin. It's just that the sea urchin monster in front of me is hundreds of thousands of times larger. It is at least 1 kilometer long, and its round body is covered with spikes. There are hundreds of eyes among the spikes. These eyes all express the same emotion, fear. Where there were no eyes, Lin Moyu saw a rune. It's a bit like the corner of the rune on the stone pillar, but it's not the same. The rune had been broken by himself, and the sea urchin was harmed by the way. It was this rune that affected my line of sight just now and launched an indiscriminate, nollies, attack on me. Lin Moyu made a quick judgment. The sea urchin monster is of average strength, just a small god. Not much better than the skeleton god general. Even ordinary human beings can kill it. Its strongest thing should be this rune. Lin Moyu didn't recognize this rune, but he knew that this rune had the power of rules and could launch strange attacks. The sea urchin screamed, as if to warn Lin Moyu, and then turned and ran away. I want to escape, but I'm dreaming. The skeleton god will move quickly, using sword energy to engulf it. Without the runes, the sea urchin faced millions of skeleton generals and had no other choice but to die. After killing the sea urchin, Lin Moyu didn't feel very relaxed. If he hadn't been in the bone hell, it would have been difficult to pass this level. If it were any other cultivator, even if the little god came here, he would probably be helpless. As the attacks become stronger and stronger, in the end they can only suffer from hatred. The third stage is indeed very dangerous. The sea urchin is dead, but it does not raise a golden beam of light, and no golden light spots fly out. Its body disappeared silently, leaving a broken rune fragment in the void. For safety reasons, Lin Moyu did not go directly to get the rune fragments, but let a skeleton god pass over. The skeleton god general came into contact with the runes, but nothing happened. After waiting for a while to make sure there were no problems, the skeleton god general brought the runes back. There is no way, in this situation, you have to be careful in everything. If he is not careful, what awaits him is death. No one knows how the rules have been changed. Facing the rules, Lin Moyu felt that his power level was too low to fight. Take the rune and observe it carefully. Originally, the runes on the stone pillar were just a corner of a complete rune. The rune in front of me is just a fragment, even smaller. Its essence is the same as the rune fragments on poisonous bees and fish monsters, but it is more complete and powerful than them. different levels of rune fragments can exert completely different powers. Among them, the poisonous bees contain the smallest number of rune fragments, so they are the weakest. The fish monsters in the second stage are stronger, and those golden water masses are stronger. Now in the third stage, the sea urchin monster has become stronger. The changes in the runes not only made it more powerful in terms of power, but also produced some strange effects. For example, in the second stage, the golden rain can turn a person into gold, and the sea urchin's almost infinite counterattack rune is the same. Lin Moyu didn't know what changes would happen to the next runes, so he could only be more careful. The rune fragments are full of cracks and have been broken. Now it has only a little shape and has lost its spirit. But Lin Moyu can still feel the difference. It looks like a broken jade tablet, full of impurities. But it is not actually a jade tablet, but is transformed by the power of rules. This alone is enough to show that it is extraordinary. If we examine it from the perspective of materials, its level should also reach the level of the other side. If it falls into the hands of others, it has no use and is just a useless high-level item. But it falls into the hands of Lin Moyu. Perhaps you can use it to summon the elemental lich. Try it. Lin Moyu's eyes flickered, and a thought appeared in his mind. As much as you think about it, there will be no loss even if you fail anyway. Holding the rune in the palm of his hand, he tried to summon the elemental lich. The spell was successfully performed without any problems. There's a show. Lin Moyu was overjoyed, and he realized that he might have an elemental lich from the other side. Even if he is not in the other side realm, he is at least a high-level god. It will be a great increase for one's own combat power. The rune seemed to be affected by some kind of power. A ray of power hidden in the deepest part was stirred, and the only ray of God was stimulated. The runes came to life again, illuminating the void. Lin Moyu's joy lasted less than 2 seconds, and with a crisp click sound, the runes completely collapsed. Failed. The elemental lich was not successfully summoned. Is it because the runes are too broken, or is it because of the spell itself? Lin Moyu was thinking, working backwards from the feedback he just received. At the same time, he recalled every detail of the elemental lich spell. After pushing it to the situation before the spells and the skills, we probably have the answer. Lin Moyu is more than 70% sure that it is due to a problem with the technique. At that time, elemental lich was still a skill, and you could use it to summon a lich that exceeded the skill level. The final result is that the lich is extremely unstable and will self-destruct as soon as it is summoned. Taking advantage of this characteristic at that time, Lin Moyu used the elemental lich as a weapon and as his trump card, using it to avoid life and death crises several times. Now, it seems that we are encountering the same situation. The level of the runes is too high, but my own level is too low. Summoning the elemental lich still uses the power of law, and has not yet jumped to the level of rules. Although there is only one word difference between law and rule, it is a world of difference. Using regular level runes as materials will naturally not lead to success. Even if he succeeds, he may lose control and explode on the spot. Lin Moyu thought a lot and far, he even thought about what happened in the Shirlu world. Through this, I realized that my magic is not omnipotent and has many limitations. Once the ability of this spell is exceeded, control will be lost and something bad will happen. So the failure to summon the elemental lich this time is not necessarily a bad thing. AI, if it really succeeds, it might be a big trouble. Gathering his mind and erasing his disappointment, Lin Moyu began to formally look at this space. The space in the third stage is a seemingly deserted area. There is nothing in space, nothingness. The pure white skeleton god general became the only source of light. Lin Moyu waved out a piece of immortal flame, turning the immortal flame into a torch, lighting up the surroundings. Then he asked the skeleton god general to fly in all directions to check the situation. The immortal flame stretched out a long line of fire in the silent void. Just 10 seconds later, the skeleton god general was suddenly attacked. The attack came suddenly. The flying skeleton god general was struck by a huge force and immediately lost its direction. The white bones were broken one by one, and with just one blow, the god general almost fell apart. The opponent's attack power is very powerful, and it is a purely physical attack. The Legion ruler ignores the distance and directly heals. Lin Moyu quickly connected to the skeleton god general's vision, looking for opponents. In the void, a ball of soul fire in the realm of the little god was burning brightly. In the world of gray and white, Lin Moyu saw its appearance. It was just a giant poisonous wasp, more than 100 meters in size, with long and thick mouthparts. The mouthparts are not sharp, and on the top of the mouthparts is a sparkling rune fragment. The moment he saw the giant poisonous bee, Lin Moyu instinctively knew that this was the poisonous queen bee. It turns out that the poisonous bee queen is in the realm of the little god. Coupled with the rune fragments that have the power of rules, how can she run away when she sees her? Don't talk about the 9th level of the God King. Even if an ordinary little god sees it, he can only run away. Just when Lin Moyu was observing the poisonous queen bee, the runes on the poisonous queen bee's mouthparts suddenly lit up. No action was seen from the poisonous queen bee, and the electric general was hit hard again. The newly healed bones broke instantly, and the injury was more serious than before. The power of this attack is more powerful than before. The skeleton god general was knocked away, and the Thunder Bee Queen appeared in the skeleton god general's original position. The whole process was so fast, it was like teleporting. So fast. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed, and he happened to be connected to the skeleton god general's field of vision, and personally felt the attack of the queen wasp. This speed has far exceeded that of the little god, and also exceeded that of the god. When encountering the poisonous queen bee, unless you use the escape talisman immediately, you may not even have a chance to escape. The poisonous bee queen did not give the skeleton god general a chance to recover this time. It twisted its body and launched another attack. Another teleportation-like attack, the skeleton god was knocked away before he could make any reaction. The body exploded with a bang, and all the bones in the body were completely shattered, leaving only one head intact. The soul fire in his head was still beating vigorously. Lin Moyu's heart moved and he wanted to take it back. But no success. The skeleton god general has been locked by the poisonous bee queen and cannot be taken back for the time being. The poisonous bee queen smashed the skeleton god's body 3 times and began to launch a fierce attack on the remaining head. The white sword energy flew from afar, and the poisonous queen did not dodge. She aimed her runes at the sword energy and slammed into it. The poisonous queen was motionless, and the runes on the top of her mouthpart sparkled, forcibly dispersing the sword energy. Then the rune's light became even brighter, and it turned around again. In the next moment, the skeleton god with only his head left will suffer another heavy blow. The head was blown to pieces on the spot, this time heavier than the previous 2. The undead spirit activates, and the dead skeleton god will be resurrected on the spot. Lin Moyu connected to its vision again. Before he could see the situation clearly, the newly resurrected god would be hit hard again. His body exploded into pieces, and he was killed again, unable to withstand even a single blow. Lin Moyu did not resurrect him, but ordered the nearby skeleton generals to rush over. The poisonous bee queen changed her target, her huge body flashed and jumped in the void, and instantly arrived in front of the skeleton god general who had just wielded his sword energy. The mouthparts hit hard, and the skeleton god was crushed on the spot before he could make any reaction. The attacks are getting stronger each time, just like the previous sea urchin monster. The difference is that the previous sea urchins attacked indiscriminately in groups, while the poisonous queen attacked alone. There are slight differences in the runes of the 2 monsters, which also creates differences in their attack methods. Knowing the opponent's attack pattern, Lin Moyu had countermeasures. The skeleton god will quickly approach, but will not attack. The poison queen bee takes the initiative to attack after the skeleton god general approaches a certain distance. Its attack frequency is very high and it can launch dozens of attacks every second. However, there are too many skeleton generals, and there are as many as 1,000,000 skeleton generals approaching at the same time. With the blessing of the undead's passive spell, if you want to truly kill the god skeleton general, you have to kill it 5 times in a row. Soon, the skeleton god general surrounded the poison queen bee. It was not until this moment that Lin Moyu ordered the attack. The poisonous queen is too fast. If you can't surround it, you may not be able to hit it accurately. Having experienced this sea urchin before, if the attack power is not enough to destroy the rune fragments, it will be difficult to cause damage to the poisonous queen body. If you want to kill the poisonous queen bee, you must first defeat the rune fragments. The skeleton god general surrounded the poisonous bee queen, and dense sword energy fell on it. The rune fragments sparkled, and the poisonous queen kept hitting the sword energy with her mouth parts. It was moving so fast that it had turned into an afterimage. With the attacks one after another, the power of the runes became stronger and stronger, and a large amount of sword energy was smashed into pieces. It's just that there are too many skeleton generals, and no matter how fast they can only block a very small part of the sword energy. The rune finally couldn't bear it anymore, and cracks began to appear. After persisting for a few seconds, with a crisp sound, the rune damage lost its effect. Without the protection of the runes, the poisonous queen bee was instantly swallowed up by the sword energy. After the attack, only a broken rune fragment was left in the void. It is similar to the rune fragments left by the sea urchin, only the details are slightly different. After the death of the poisonous queen bee, Lin Moyu noticed a slight change in the void. This empty space seems to have become a little higher. There seemed to be some light coming through. He put away all the immortal flames and all the skeleton generals. Confirmed, the void has indeed become a bit brighter. In true darkness, subtle changes stand out. Lin Moyu already knew what he had to do. He needed to hunt the monsters in the void. After killing to a certain extent, the void will become bright and he can find the next way. This void is a hunting ground, a terrifying area where you either die or live. The monsters here hide in the dark and can launch fatal attacks at any time. The first few attacks may not be strong, that's to give you time to react. But this time is very short. If you can't think of a solution in a short period of time, you will face death. For any little god, this is an extremely dangerous area. But for Lin Moyu, the danger here is not very high, not even as high as the second stage of Golden Rain. He is really not afraid of a competition in pure strength. The skeleton god will fly in all directions again, looking for the target. The targets are hidden, and the role of the skeleton god general is to lure them out. Soon, another monster appeared. What appeared this time was a water dragon, exactly the same as the one seen on the second floor. It's just that the water dragon in the third stage has become stronger and stronger, reaching the level of the little god. Its attack is weaker than that of the poison queen bee, but it can spit out golden water, turn the skeleton god general into gold, and completely kill the skeleton god general. In the end, it died under the siege of the skeleton god general. Monsters were discovered one by one and then killed. Throughout the process, the skeleton god general also suffered constant casualties. Fortunately, Lin Moyu replenished it in time, and with the linkage of spells, these losses were simply a drop in the bucket. Among several monsters, the most troublesome is the sea urchin. The rune fragments of the sea urchin can not only attack in groups, but also change the rules in a large area. In the area where the rules have changed, the eyes cannot see and cannot lock it. These two characteristics alone make the sea urchin very difficult to deal with. However, there are gains and losses. The sea urchin's attack power is relatively weak. It is difficult to kill the skeleton god general in a short period of time. When the skeleton gods disperse and annihilate them together, the end of the sea urchins will come. Pieces of broken runes fell into Lin Moyu's hands. Although these runes currently have no effect, in the future, when I reach the other side, the power of the spell changes from law to rule. These runes are excellent materials for summoning elemental liches. This kind of material is probably hard to find in the outside world. As more and more monsters are killed, the void gradually becomes brighter. From darkness to dawn, Lin Moyu finally saw a stone pillar. The stone pillar should not have existed before. It suddenly appeared after certain changes occurred in the void space. The stone pillar is engraved with runes, which is a corner of the complete runes, exactly the same as the 10,000-meter stone pillar in the outside world. Lin Moyu even felt that it was the stone pillar outside that came here. A corner of runes sparkled, seeming to welcome Lin Moyu's arrival. Then, the light enveloped the entire stone pillar, and a beam of light rose into the sky, completely illuminating the void space. The void space is huge, and the area Lin Moyu explored before was less than the 3-point champion. A large number of monsters were hidden in the void, and they were all illuminated and revealed at this moment. The monsters collectively screamed, and then their bodies collapsed one by one, turning into streams of light and flowing into the giant pillars. The runes on the giant pillar became clearer, the light became brighter, and it became dazzling. Lin Moyu just glanced at it twice and didn't dare to pay attention anymore. The light of a corner of the rune was like a sharp arrow, stinging the eyes. He switched to the undead vision and continued to stare at the changes in the giant pillar. A huge figure was revealed in the beam of light rising from the giant pillar. The huge figure is 10,000 meters tall, standing tall against the sky and the ground. Lin Moyu is not even a little kid in front of it. Its figure quickly solidified, and its body was covered with flowing rune fragments. It grasped the giant pillar, and the giant pillar instantly turned into a stick, quickly becoming thicker and longer. What finally appeared in front of Lin Moyu was a terrifying giant holding a 10,000-meter giant stick and covered in runes. Is this the final boss monster? It looks great. The giant exudes an aura that surpasses that of a minor god, but in Lin Moyu's feeling, it is not yet at the level of a god. But taking into account the runes on it, it is estimated that the god will feel a headache when facing it. The giant roared and waved his giant stick. Lin Moyu points his finger, and the immortal flame begins to burn with blazing power. Stellar level spell, summon the Skeleton King. The immortal flames burned blazingly, and the gorgeous and exquisite skull throne emerged in the immortal flames. The Skeleton King, also 10,000 meters tall, stood up from his throne. It wore exquisite and thick armor, and the bone cloak behind it burned with blazing flames. The gorgeous and exquisite skeleton throne exploded and turned into a still gorgeous and exquisite two-handed bone sword. At this moment, the rune giant's giant club has been swung out. The stone stick lost its trace during the swing, and the speed was so fast that even the afterimage could not be seen. Countless skeleton gods were knocked away by the invisible force, their whole bodies shattered, and they died on the spot. The stone stick inherits the characteristics of several runes. It is not only fast and has powerful attack power, but also can perform range attacks. At least tens of thousands of skeleton gods will die under the stick. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the skeleton god general quickly retreated and stayed away. The Skeleton King had already drawn his sword at this moment. Facing the rune giant that was also 10,000 meters tall, the Skeleton King swung his bone sword. Spell, Kill God. 360. A law galaxy full of white bones appeared above the head of the Skeleton King. In the law galaxy, the white bones were like waves, forming countless skeletons. These skeletons also waved their swords along with the Skeleton King. The sword light lit up on the rune giant. The sword light was densely packed because the Emperor's runes were broken. The rune giant flew out in the sword light, and the powerful force chopped it away. Lin Moyu clearly saw that most of the runes protecting it were chopped off by the Skeleton King's sword. But the rune giant did not die, and even its aura did not fade much. Compared to the Abyss Dragon Demon in the 4-star competition, the rune giant is more powerful. At that time, the Skeleton King instantly killed the Abyss Dragon Demon with one sword, and did not show any stronger combat power at all. It could only be regarded as a small test. This moment is the real debut of the Skeleton King after he reaches the Divine Realm. The Bone Law Galaxy set off a huge wave of 10,000 meters, and the Law Galaxy disappeared instantly, and then appeared in front of the Rune Giant. The Law Galaxy is like a big hand, entangling the Rune Giant. The Skeleton King's body blurred and disappeared on the spot, and the next second he had already set foot on the Law Galaxy. Stepping on the Law of the Galaxy, standing on the Rune Giant, looking down like a king. Holding the bone sword in both hands, it fell like lightning. The swords fell like rain, densely. In the galaxy of White Bone Law, white bones form countless skeletons, which also wield sharp swords and slash at the Rune Giant. More runes shattered, and the Rune Giant roared and fought back. It swung the stone stick at the Skeleton King. The bone cloak behind the skeleton automatically turned into a shield and faced the stone stick without wind. Boom! There was a loud noise and the shield shattered, but the stone stick was also bounced back. The shield exploded into flames all over the sky, and the flames regrouped and returned behind the Skeleton King, turning into a cloak again. Skeleton King's attack was not affected at all. The giant sword turned into countless afterimages, at least 1,000 swords per second. The Bone Law Galaxy firmly grasps the Rune Giant, making it impossible for it to escape. More and more runes were broken. The Rune Giant roared, opening its mouth and spitting out golden water. Lin Moyu's pupil shrank. He knew that the golden ability was a great weapon for his undead army. Although the Skeleton King has no intelligence, he has a strong fighting instinct. He realized the threat of Jin Shui, his eyes glowed red, and the immortal flames rose violently. In an instant, the Skeleton King turned into a burning man. The flames collided with the gold water, making a harsh tingling sound. The rune fragments in the golden water were burned by the immortal flames and failed to function. Although Jin Shui is very strong and has the power of rules, its power is too weak. The power of the Skeleton King is already that of a true god, and the immortal flame it possesses even exceeds that of its master, Lin Moyu. The immortal flames of the divine realm are enough to burn out the golden water if the quantity is sufficient. In the immortal flames, the Skeleton King raised his bone sword with both hands and thrust it out like electricity. The bone spur passed through the Rune Giant's mouth and pierced its head. Then the bone sword lit up, and Lin Moyu seemed to hear the call from the bones. Countless skeletons appeared in the galaxy of White Bone Law, and they raised their swords at the same time. The Skeleton King showed his strength and swung his sword forcefully into the Rune Giant's body. All the power of the White Bone Law Galaxy is blessed on this sword. This sword is more powerful than the sword that kills gods. The dazzling sword light exploded from the Rune Giant's body, destroying all the runes. The Rune Giant collapsed on the spot with a scream. The body was blown into pieces and the giant Zywin died. Its broken body disappeared and the stone stick disintegrated into pieces, finally turning into a rune. This rune is much more complete than the rune fragments Lin Moyu obtained before. Although it is full of cracks, the most important god in the runes has also been lost. But that doesn't stop it from being a rare material. This material is useless to others, but it is of great use to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu took the rune and put it away. The Skeleton King's combat power was fully demonstrated in this battle. The Skeleton King is comparable to any low-level god. If the god has a powerful magic weapon in his hand, he may be able to defeat the Skeleton King, but it will never be easy. Lin Moyu realized that as his realm became higher and higher, his ability to fight across levels seemed to be getting stronger. Unlike other geniuses, the higher the realm, the weaker the ability to fight at higher levels. At this moment, Lin Moyu himself felt a little abnormal. After putting away a corner of the broken runes, the surrounding void became blurry again. This blur lasted for about 10 seconds, and the picture in front of me became clear again. Lin Moyu found himself back in the secret realm. There was still a huge stone pillar in front of him, and the runes were still carved on the stone pillars. It's just different from before. Now there are obviously cracks in the runes on it, because the god that should have been lost has been removed. Lin Moyu knew that this corner of the rune was useless. Is the third stage considered past? There was no prompt, and there was no whirlpool leaving the secret realm. Lin Moyu didn't know if he had passed the third level of leave. After waiting for several minutes, he finally felt something. Looking up at the sky, I saw a black spot. The black spot quickly enlarged in his sight, and it turned out to be an arm. This arm is engraved with runes, and the runes sparkle. Lin Moyu felt nervous at first, and then relaxed. He felt the breath of Renhuang network from his arm, which came from Renlai network. The arm came up in the air and grabbed the 10,000-meter stone pillar. The arm was so strong that it pulled out the 10,000-meter stone pillar. Lin Moyu felt that the entire secret realm was shaking wildly, and the roar was endless. The earth cracked and the clouds fell, as if the world was about to collapse, and there was a feeling of doomsday. A whirlpool appeared around Lin Moyu, and at the same time the voice of Renhuang network rang in his ears, "Get out." Lin Moyu didn't hesitate, got directly into the whirlpool, and left the secret realm. The next second, he had returned to the Divine City Star territory. He felt the breath of cultivators 3.2, and there were at least hundreds of cultivators around him. The surrounding space is constantly distorting. People keep coming out of the secret realm. A lot of surprise and suspicion filled my ears. What happened to the secret realm? Why did the entrance vortex disappear? Why are so many people coming out? Did something change inside? Some people who had just left the secret realm were also surprised and confused. I was fighting poisonous bees, why did they suddenly come out? Me too, it seemed like a big hand threw me out. I was slapped. I'm obviously about to kill the mother of poisonous bees, what's going on? There are all kinds of sounds. Lin Moyu listened to their exclamations and found that he was relatively well. These guys were basically forced out. Based on this calculation, Renhuang network seems to be treating me well, at least it doesn't slap him in the face. Everyone in the secret realm was kicked out. Lin Moyu doesn't know what Renhuang network is going to do, but he knows that it must be doing something big. If Renhuang network does this, something big will happen. It's not even necessarily what the Emperor network wants to do, but what those strong people in the other side realm want to do. Amid the sounds of surprise, all the people who were driven out of the secret realm received reminders from the human Emperor network at the same time. The noisy scene fell silent instantly. Everyone who leaves the secret realm is deemed to have completed the secret realm mission and will receive 10 points of Divine City merit reward. Those who were complaining a second ago all showed joy. They were all deemed to have completed the task and received a reward of 10 points of Divine City merit. There is no better news than this, and the complaints suddenly disappeared. Everyone was overjoyed and beaming with joy. People who were not in the secret realm originally didn't know what happened, so they asked out of curiosity. After hearing the rewards from the Human Emperor Network, everyone regretted that they had not entered the secret realm. Otherwise, they would also be able to obtain these 10 points of Divine City merit. Lin Moyu 08 stood aside silently, the message he heard was different from others. Congratulations on completing the first phase of the mission in the Venomous Bee secret realm, and you will be rewarded with 10 points of Divine City power. Congratulations on completing the second phase of the Poisonous Bee secret realm mission, and you will be rewarded with 50 points of Divine City merit. Congratulations on completing the third phase of the Poisonous Bee secret realm mission, and you will be rewarded with 200 points of Divine City merit. Congratulations on completely clearing the Venomous Bee secret realm, you will be rewarded with 300 points of Divine City merit. 4 reminders echoed in my mind. A total of 560 points of Divine City merit mission rewards. Lin Moyu couldn't help but murmured, it seems that meritorious service in the Divine City is not difficult to earn. During the previous competition, Su Jianqing said that it was very difficult to earn meritorious services from the Divine City. Not to mention 10 points of merit, even if you want to earn 1 point of merit, it is not easy. However, in the first mission he performed and the first secret realm he entered, he obtained 560 points of Divine City merit. Coupled with the 300 points of Divine City merit that he already had, the Divine City merit suddenly increased to 860 points. Suddenly someone exclaimed, "Look, the secret realm is disappearing." Everyone looked towards the secret realm, and the light group in the secret realm was gradually getting smaller. After a few seconds, the light group shattered like a bubble and disappeared from everyone's sight. Someone said in surprise, "I know, someone has cleared the poisonous beak secret realm." I remembered that someone had cleared a certain secret realm before, and then the secret realm would be closed forever. Oh my God, no wonder we were kicked out, someone actually cleared the entire secret realm. Which boss is so awesome? Let me worship him. I also want to worship. This is not something ordinary people can do. Everyone is looking for the target, trying to find out who cleared the venomous bee secret realm. In the history of the human race, there have always been some magical beings who have combat power that exceeds that of ordinary cultivators. Some secret realms have also been completely opened by these people. Every time you open a secret realm, the secret realm will be closed permanently. However, there were hundreds of people present and no one acknowledged it, making it difficult to find the passers-by. Lin Moyu wanted to leave secretly, he didn't want to attract attention, it would be too much trouble. At this time, someone shouted again, "Huang Network has issued an announcement, everyone, go check it out." Announcement? Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment, what was the announcement? He instinctively entered the Human Emperor Network. As soon as he entered the Human Emperor Network, he saw a huge announcement, displayed in front of him in the form of text. He can close the announcement with just a thought, but if he doesn't close it actively, the announcement will always exist. Announcement from Divine City, Junior Staff Lin Moyu has successfully cleared the number 12998 Galaxy Venomous Beak Secret Realm. This secret realm will be completely closed from now on, and related tasks will also be cancelled. It turns out that this is an announcement. It is only issued to people in the Divine City Star region. No wonder I haven't seen it before. The Divine City Star territory is the headquarters of the Human Emperor Network, and its power here far exceeds that of Wacy. Here, the Human Emperor Network can not only easily interfere with reality, but also perform many saucy operations. Others don't know what it means to clear the secret realm, but Lin Moyu knows it. In the end, it was the big hand transformed by the Human Emperor Network that took away the Pillar of Articles. It was not that the Human Emperor Network closed the secret realm, but that the secret realm also disappeared because of the loss of runes. The secret realm was originally created by this rune. Now that the runes are gone, the secret realm is naturally gone. Lin Moyu expressed his understanding of this. The runes are related to the power of rules and are sent to ancient secrets. There are many strong people in the other side realm among the human race who are very interested in ancient things. Not only is he a strong person in the other side realm, he also collected a lot of rune fragments this time. At the same time, Lin Moyu speculated that there were various runes in other secret realms. If I clear a few more levels, can I get more rune fragments and get more rewards? At the same time, the Human Emperor Network can also obtain ancient runes. This kind of win-win thing seems good when I think about it, and it can indeed be done. Just when Lin Moyu was thinking about which secret place to find next, he felt countless eyes falling on him. Oops! Lin Moyu realized something was wrong. Just now, I was only thinking about the good and the bad, but I forgot that once the announcement of Renhuang Network is made, I will inevitably become the focus of everyone's attention. Moreover, his information does not seem to be completely blocked, and everyone can see his name and realm. There are many people named Lin Moyu in the human race, but here, I think I am the only one named Lin Moyu. Sure enough, Lin Moyu found that he was surrounded by people, and it was difficult to leave. Boss Lin, I will bow down to you. Junior brother Lin, it's really you, you are too naive. How did you do it? Do you have any secrets? How many stages are there in the Venomous Bee secret realm? What are the rewards after clearing them? Everyone was talking to each other, looking at Lin Moyu as if they were looking at a real great god. At the same time, Lin Moyu gained a lot of power of faith. With the announcement of the Divine City, the power of faith began to gather crazily towards Lin Moyu. For the cultivators in the Divine City Star region, the first place in the 4-star region competition, 490, is certainly powerful, but the people of Divine City have the pride of the Divine City people. Many people always believe that the Divine City is the most awesome existence. Even if the first place in the 4-star field competition enters the Divine City, he will be just an ordinary genius in the end. Many first names in history are like this. Now that Lin Moyu has come to the Divine City, he has cleared a secret realm in one go. This is equivalent to blowing up the pot. Being able to clear the secret realm is not something that ordinary geniuses can do. Even the top geniuses can't do it. In the history of the human race, there are only a handful of people who can pass through the secret realm. If the secret realms were so easy to clear, there wouldn't be so many secret realms in the Divine City Star territory, and they would have been cleared out long ago. Lin Moyu proved with actions that he is a real top genius. Star number 12,998 to 1, Mu family. Mu Xiuyuan rushed to Mu Xiaogu's yard and shouted, "Xiaogu, please read the announcement." Mu Xiaogu, who was meditating, was awakened by his father. He was very dissatisfied and shouted, "They are meditating. Dad, are you going to scare people to death?" But despite complaining, Mu Xiaogu still checked the announcement on the Human Emperor network. The next second, she was completely stunned. The corner of her mouth twitched, and it took her a long time to hold back a sentence. "Junior brother Lin, you are so awesome." In the tea room, Qiu Ji let the teacup fall to the ground, speechless. Not just him, many people in the tea room had the same expression as him. Qiu Ji never expected that Lin Moyu would pass the secret realm where he almost died. How did he do it? The entire Divine City Star territory was in a state of excitement because of this announcement. Lin Moyu suddenly became the focus of the city. In every area, regardless of level, countless people are discussing Lin Moyu at the same time. Unfortunately, Lin Moyu's information has now been hidden and has become top secret information. Even a peak god like Zhu Tian cannot check it. Only those in the other side realm can see Lin Moyu's information. Some of Lin Moyu's deeds can only be spread by some insiders, but it is difficult to say how true it is. In the dark void, Lin Moyu flew silently. He closed his information so people could no longer see who he was. He finally broke away from the crowd, turned into a stream of light, and got rid of everyone. This feeling of being watched by people is like being in a zoo and watching rare animals. Lin Moyu is not the kind of person who likes to be flattered, he prefers to be honest. In comparison, Chuxiong Zhuangbi and even Mu Xiaogu were to his liking. He didn't even return to Galaxy 12998, but flew towards the nearest Galaxy 12301. He knew that many people must have come to Galaxy 12,998 now. If you go back by yourself, you will be trapped again. It is a long journey from one galaxy to another. Based on the distance, it takes almost 100 days to fly. This is the closest distance, and Lin Moyu is also Wuchen. 100 days cannot be wasted. Lin Moyu summoned a giant skeletal dragon, which carried him flying. And he can use the 100 days to study the article systematically. Here you can also view the information in the Human Emperor network, and compare it with the information in rules. 100 days is not long, and it is impossible to study the runes thoroughly, but at least a preliminary system can be established. In addition to studying runes, there is also the power of faith that should be studied carefully. Now the power of his faith has never been greater, and it is increasing every moment. The power of faith has many wonderful uses, but I never have much time. The time for cultivation was too short and he left too hastily. It's time to take advantage of these 100 days of sunshine to calm down, read the information, and settle your soul. In the core area of the Divine City, amidst the blazing fire, a giant hand full of runes flew out and brought back the runes obtained from the venomous bee secret realm. The rune fell into the hands of Ancestor Su. Although this rune only has a corner and is somewhat incomplete, it still contains powerful power of rules. With this kind of power, Lin Moyu's eyes would feel stinging even if he looked at it, and he would soon forget it even if he tried to remember it. If it were any other god king, just one glance would be enough to cause his soul to collapse and his body to die. Half a day later, a majestic voice slowly sounded, "Did you see anything?" Ancestor Su said, "This is just a corner of the rune. It changes some rules, but it is not powerful. If I read it correctly, the complete form of this rune should be the third level of tongue benefit." "Is it only the third level?" The voice sounded again. Ancestor Su nodded, "It should be so. After all, it is only a secret realm in the elementary star field. The third level is already not low." After a moment of silence, the old and majestic voice sounded again, "Where is the little guy who has understood the secret?" "Mrs. Yu said with a smile, "He is flying, and he doesn't dare to go back to the galaxy to sit in the teleportation array." Kind laughter echoed in the silent starry sky. In this case, they have already had false information. The giant skeletal dragon turned into a stream of light and flew towards the nearest life galaxy, Chu 12301, at a speed of 150,000 kilometers per second. In the big world, the distance between galaxies is very far, usually measured in light years. With Lin Moyu's speed, he will fly for several years. But the Divine City is different. The star fields in the Divine City have obviously undergone human interference, and the distance between galaxies is not far away. If you zoom out on the map of the Divine City, you can find that the distance between galaxies seems to have specific rules. All galaxies are arranged in some special position. Lin Moyu sat cross-legged with his eyes closed on the back of the giant skeletal dragon. At this moment, his consciousness had completely entered the Human Emperor's network. There are 5 Human Emperor training grounds in the Human Emperor network, and there are 5 pieces of law in the training grounds. 4 of the law seas belong to the 4 major star regions of the human race. The Sea of Laws in the center belongs to the Divine City. The Law Sea of the Divine City is not accessible at will. Only those who have obtained the qualifications of the Divine City can enter. In addition to qualifications, there are some other conditions. Of course, Lin Moyu meets all these conditions. The Sea of Laws in the Divine City is larger than the Sea of Laws in the 4 major star regions, and the laws in it are more comprehensive. Almost all third-tier laws are covered. The laws of the second echelon are also nearly half. Most of the well-known laws can be found here. Through these law stars, one can quickly understand the law and the speed of cultivation is greatly accelerated. What's more, in the Sea of Laws, time is accelerated. With Lin Moyu's current state, he can reach the 100x acceleration limit. He cultivates here for 100 days, and only 1 day passes by the outside world. The law stars and the law sea are useless to Lin Moyu. What he wants is to accelerate time 100 times to buy more time for himself. He looked at the law sea, looking for a quiet location. There are a lot of people here, and many of them are sitting quietly, comprehending their own laws. Soon, Lin Moyu found a corner and sat down quietly. Anyway, he doesn't understand the laws, as long as he is within the scope of the Sea of Laws. Lin Moyu looked at the Sea of Laws for a while and said to himself, "If you have the opportunity in the future, you must go and see the Sea of Laws in reality. The Sea of Laws in front of you is the virtual world in the Human Emperor network, not real. In the real world, there is a real Sea of Laws. The Sea of Laws in the Renhuang network is actually the projection of the Sea of Laws in the real world. The Sea of Laws in the Human Emperor network is already extremely spectacular, and I imagine it will be even grander in reality." An old voice came from the side, "Little guy, you have great ambitions." Lin Moyu was slightly startled, and turned around to see an old man in black sitting cross-legged not far from him. The old man in black was holding a fishing rod and was fishing. Lin Moyu was stunned. Are there any fish in the Sea of Laws? Although this is called the sea, it is not the real sea. Everything intertwined in it are all laws, and they are the laws projected by the Human Emperor network. They are not real at all. Immediately afterwards, Lin Moyu's eyes shrank. He discovered that this old man was not real either. The old man is exactly the same as the Law C, and they are both projections of the human phoenix network. In other words, this old man is not only fishing here, he is also fishing in the sea of laws in reality. Lin Moyu's heart trembled, and he roughly guessed the identity of this old man. He is either a strong person in the other side realm, or a weapon spirit belonging to the Sea of Laws. If the real Sea of Laws is regarded as an extremely powerful magic weapon, it does not seem impossible to produce weapon spirits. Lin Moyu asked, "Senior, have you caught any fish?" The old man's voice is calm. "Is it important?" Lin Moyu was thoughtful and couldn't help but smile after a moment. "Thank you, Senior, for your advice." The old man shook his head gently. "I didn't say anything." Nothing was said, but everything was said. Lin Moyu asked about the results, and the old man answered about the process. Sometimes, results are important. But many times, the process is also extremely important. Sometimes the result is destined. Even if you put in the effort, the result may not be good. But what if you don't put in the effort? The result is basically not good. No matter who it is, aren't all efforts aimed at pursuing a beautiful result? Lin Moyu reflects on himself and knows that he is like this now. He is trying to become stronger, strong enough to change everything, strong enough to change his fate against the will of heaven. But can it really be done? He was not sure, really not sure. He can only go all out while moving forward. But the final result is really hard to say. The runes of the big world are strong enough, which is the ultimate goal pursued by everyone in the big world. But the Great World Rune was still broken, and it encountered a more powerful and terrifying force. Even the Great World Rune cannot control its own results. Therefore, Lin Moyu's goal is very high. He wants to surpass the big world runes and truly control all results. He collected all the rune information that could be seen, starting from the most basic free information, looking at it bit by bit. Lin Moyu also found all the subsequent information that required points, and bought it with points. There is a lot of information on runes, and nearly 10 million points were spent. However, he is wealthy and has a net worth of over 700 million points. Tens of millions of points are just a fraction. 133. To practice in the Sea of Laws in the Divine City, others have to spend 100,000 points every day. If you practice here for 100 days, that will be 10 million points. This is no small sum. Many god kings cannot get 10 million points. After all, it takes 100 times the flow rate, and 10 million points is worth it. Compared with the time room, the time consumed in the Sea of Laws can speed up the understanding of the laws without consuming real lifespan, which has many benefits. Most of the god kings who come here to practice are in pain and happiness. As for Lin Moyu, he didn't need to use any points. He has a full 3,500 days to use the human emperor's training ground, which means that he can stay in the Sea of Laws for 3,500 days without paying any points. 3,500 days, which is close to 10 years in the human emperor network, is equivalent to 35 days in the real world. After receiving the human emperor training ground time reward time and time again, Lin Moyu never had the chance to use it. This time he can use up all the time. For the remaining time, he can choose to use points. As for the merits of the Divine City, don't use them if you can. As time passed little by little, a large amount of knowledge related to runes was absorbed by Lin Moyu. A complete rune system was gradually established in his mind. This is a system formed by his own theory, completely self-study based on the existing information, without anyone's guidance. The system may be imperfect, but it contains Lin Moyu's own imprint, which is different from anyone else's. It doesn't matter if it's not perfect. As Lin Moyu's research on runes becomes deeper and deeper, his vision becomes wider, and most imperfections will be repaired. In the process of establishing the rune system, Lin Moyu continued to have insights. Inexplicably, Lin Moyu felt like he had a familiar feeling. This is not true for a certain rune, but for every rune. It seems that I have seen these runes at some point. He slowly raised his finger and drew a rune in the air. This is the most basic rune, representing the most basic spell, Bed of Flame. In the small world, there is a profession called Elemental Mage. Elemental mages have a skill called Fireball. The flame technique is the sublimation of the Fireball technique, a high-level product after the skill transforms into a spell. If the fire technique was placed in a small world, it would be an amazing technique. Its power is comparable to divine magic. Maybe with one fire spell, mountains, rivers, and seas will be evaporated and burned. But from the perspective of the big world, flame magic is really weak. When you reach the true god level, you basically can't use it, which is just a small trick that you can use for fun in the super god level. Lin Moyu wrote his first rune, a specious word for fire. Although it is a basic rune, not everyone can write it. Not only form is needed, but spirit is also needed. When Lin Moyu wrote the runes, he injected his own spirit. The soul power of the other shore realm is like a gurgling stream, flowing into the runes along Lin Moyu's fingers. The rune was written successfully, and the fire symbol turned into a fireball with a soft sound, shooting straight into the sky. Boom! A layer of red fire cloud suddenly appeared above the Law Sea. Countless firelights were billowing in the clouds, as if they would fall at any time. The fire cloud exuded an astonishing aura, transcending the true god realm and going straight to the god king. A large number of people who were cultivating were awakened and looked at the red fire cloud on the Sea of Laws in confusion. Lin Moyu also didn't expect that he just drew the simplest basic rune. How could he cause such a big fuss? But the rune has been activated, and there is nothing he can do to stop it. Unless more powerful force is used to disperse the red fire cloud. At this time, the old man not far away from him gently pulled the fishing rod. Then the lassie shook slightly, and the red clouds in the sky were dispersed on the spot. The red fire cloud burst like a bubble, as if it had never appeared before. Many people returned to practice again. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief and held his hands towards the old man. "Thank you, senior." The old man shook his head. "Don't try it in the Sea of Laws. Junior understands." Lin Moyu has understood that the Sea of Laws is a place for cultivation, not a place for experimenting with magic. Especially his runes, he used his soul, from the other side, to draw the runes. The same rune is far more powerful than others. Putting away the idea of continuing to test other runes, Lin Moyu checked the time. 3,000 days have passed since he entered the human emperor's training ground and came to the Sea of Laws. Although only 30 days have passed in reality, the consciousness in Renhuang network has actually experienced 3,000 days. Nearly 9 years have passed by in a blink of an eye, and it turns out that there is really no time to practice. The basic rune system has been established, and I have my own understanding of the runes. He has even mastered most of the basic runes. In other words, his foundation has been laid. If you want to learn more about runes, you can either find a teacher or senior to teach you, or join some sect or family that is good at runes. Of course, you can also study by yourself. It's just that self-study requires a lot of information, and some of the information is not easily available. There is information on this in the Human Emperor Network, but it needs to be redeemed with the merits of the Divine City. Besides, for Lin Moyu, there is another way. He has the rule given by Patriarch Su and can continue to study. The runes recorded in rules are a little more advanced than the basic runes. In Lin Moyu's rune system, the runes are divided into 3 levels. The lowest level is what he calls the basic runes, just like the fire spell he just drew. The runes recorded in rules are advanced runes. The rune fragments seen in the Venomous Bee secret realm are called ancient runes. Now with his ability, he can start to practice advanced runes. As for the ancient runes, there is still a lot to be done. Lin Moyu spent another day going through all the rune knowledge carefully before he really stopped. He did not continue to study rules, but took out the information obtained from Hu Tian and Bai Xiao and began to study the power of faith. At the same time, he also bought all the information on the power of faith that he could see from the Human Emperor Network. The whole process is exactly the same as learning runes. Lin Moyu belongs to a blank sheet of paper when it comes to the power of faith. In addition to what Antares once said, the power of faith can increase the speed of understanding the law. In fact, it does have this effect. Later, when he broke through to the God King realm, he used the power of faith to activate the faith mirror. Let him know that there was originally a magic weapon specially created for the power of faith. The power of faith can become one of the original powers of the human race, and it will never be that simple. This is what Lin Moyu has determined from the beginning. From this 4-star competition, Lin Moyu still failed to discover the specific use of the power of faith. There seems to be nothing special about the practitioners of the White Tiger Star region. At least he didn't see it. Therefore, Lin Moyu has always been puzzled whether the power of faith is too weak or whether the practitioners in the White Tiger Star territory are not good enough. This time, he decided to explore on his own to see what kind of role the power of faith contained and why it became one of the original forces of the human race. The first thing he checked was the information from the Human Emperor Network. There is a lot of information about the power of faith in the Human Emperor Network. Through this information, a systematic system can be formed like runes. It will be easier to understand other materials and other people's experiences on the basis of the system, and you will not be biased. When the information about the power of faith was opened, Lin Moyu seemed to see a whole new world. The sages of the human race and countless predecessors have conducted in-depth research on the power of faith and finally came to a conclusion. The power of belief is a strange power, which lies between reality and illusion. It seems to be a manifestation of some kind of nihilistic law. It should not exist in the world, but it actually exists. The power of belief plays a great role, and one of the most well-known functions is to help understand the rules. But this kind of help is not available all the time, only when a bottleneck has been reached for a certain law, and after a period of time, it still cannot be broken through. It takes the power of faith to work. In Lin Moyu's understanding, the power of faith is more like a hammer that breaks through bottlenecks. When you are blocked by a bottleneck barrier, the power of faith can help you break a hole. Keep you going. Of course, the more powerful the bottleneck is, the more power of faith is required. For practitioners in the White Tiger Star territory, most people do not have enough faith. They can still play a role when they are at a low level, but their usefulness weakens accordingly when their level is high. Therefore, the average level of cultivators in the White Tiger Star region is not much higher than that of other star regions. The second function is to use some special magic weapons. However, this kind of magic weapon basically has a supporting role and is not a powerful offensive magic weapon. The first two functions are the most common and most commonly used, mainly because they have relatively low requirements for the use of the power of faith. As for the other functions of the power of faith, the requirements are much higher, and the number of users will also decrease significantly. Most practitioners cannot meet the demand. The source of the power of faith lies in the thoughts of countless living beings. This is not a matter of hundreds or thousands. It takes the thoughts of billions of beings to gather together to form a sufficient history of belief. When you have enough faith, you can achieve the third function, the amplification spell. The power of faith can be attached to any kind of spell, increasing the effect of the spell. Whether it is defensive effect or attack effect, as long as it is a spell, it can be amplified. And there is no upper limit to the amplification effect, from the weakest one to the strongest infinite times. It only needs to consume enough power of faith to achieve it. In addition to the above three functions, the calendar of beliefs also has many functions. And those functions are becoming more and more magical, as if they are no longer something that can be done by laws. However, the requirements for the power of faith have also increased explosively. For example, cleansing the soul and using enough power of faith to cleanse the soul can enhance the realm of the soul. For many cultivators, improving their soul realm is an irresistible temptation. The power of faith can also be deduced. There is a piece of information that says that the power of faith can deduce all kinds of laws and has an incredible effect in the realm of gods. but there are no specific instructions. In addition, the power of faith has some other uses. It's just that those uses are too high-end and will no longer be recorded in the information Lin Moyu has access to. But just by looking at the belief towers everywhere in the Divine City, and those strong men in the other side realm are collecting the power of belief, you can know how powerful the power of belief is. Even in the other side, the power of faith can still play a powerful role. Even Lin Moyu is wondering whether the power of faith can show its full potential when we reach the other side. Finally, I have a systematic understanding of the power of belief. Then the next step is to refine the power of faith and truly turn the power of faith into something mine. On the back of the skeletal dragon, a special rune was gradually outlined in Lin Moyu's palm. This rune is a type of basic rune and is called the refining rune. Its function is to assist in refining and melting some materials. Lin Moyu uses the soul of the other side of the world and the power of faith to draw. The moment the runes were drawn, they exploded automatically and turned into a ball of illusory and transparent flames. This flame can refine the fifth belief. Lin Moyu has now collected a large amount of power of belief, but these powers of belief vary in strength and are full of impurities. Although he can also drive, the effect is not good. After practicing the scriptures, the power of faith will become pure and truly become a power area that only belongs to him. The transparent flame exploded again, directly covering the whole body. Countless illusory impurities immediately rose up from Lin Moyu's body, and various sounds echoed in the void. Those are impurity thoughts in the power of faith, all of which are being refined and discarded at this moment. With powerful soul assistance, the runes are very powerful and the refining process is extremely fast. In just 2 days, Lin Moyu had refined all the power of faith. A total of 3,200 copies of the power of faith. The power of faith increases by about 10 parts every day. Lin Moyu counts the refined power of faith in units of risk factors. This is also the method mentioned in the information. Because each provider of the power of faith can provide a different amount of power of faith, it is impossible to count the number of people specifically. Measurements can only be unified after refining and fusion. The power of 3,212 beliefs is already an astronomical number for countless practitioners. Compared to when he was promoted to God King, to activate the mirror of faith, it only took 1 share of the power of faith to suffice. Now compared to that time, the increase has increased thousands of times. If he uses 10 copies of the power of faith, he can double the power of any spell. If 100 copies of the power of faith are used, the power can be increased 5 times. The power of 1,000 beliefs increases tenfold. The more power of belief, the weaker the amplification effect. Lin Moyu can completely understand this marginal effect. Theoretically, as long as there is enough power of belief, the spell can be infinitely increased. This is a very scary ability, and Lin Moyu also has a bit of a tongue. This ability alone is enough to make countless people covet it. Lin Moyu seems to understand why a strong person in the other side needs to collect so much belief power, if their magic skills increase further. It's scary to think about it. Suddenly Lin Moyu's expression became strange, and he thought of the possibility of a sexy operation. Skeletons appeared around him one after another, and Lin Moyu gave an order for the skeletons to express their piety to him. He was originally the master of the skeleton, and the skeleton's loyalty to him was unlimited. No matter what orders he gave, the skeleton would execute it without hesitation. No matter how unreasonable the order was, even if the order was to let the skeleton die, they would not look back. With such loyalty, Lin Moyu issued an order for them to show great devotion to him. Time passed by minute by second, and Lin Moyu felt nothing. The void was quiet, without any sound. The atmosphere seemed a bit awkward. It shouldn't be. Lin Moyu felt strange. In his guess, it shouldn't be like this. Although the skeleton is his own summoned object, he has his own life. Although he is an undead creature and his life form is extremely special, he does possess life. The fire of the soul in the skull is the best proof. The power of belief does not require the other party to have wisdom, nor does it require thinking. Even a bug can provide the power of faith as long as it is pious enough. All the ideas were fine, but in the end the skeleton did not have the power of belief in itself. Something went wrong. Lin Moyu thought, reviewed the information again, and rethought various possibilities. Suddenly, he thought of the Tower of Faith. In the Tower of Faith, there is a formation that seems to gather the history of faith in the heart. This formation is composed of runes. If you can build this formation yourself, you may be able to collect the power of faith. A formation that can collect the power of faith. Lin Moyu searched for information on the Human Emperor Network and finally found this formation. Faith Array, the formation can form an area, and people in the area will naturally express their piety and contribute their faith. Looking at the explanation of the role of the faith position, it is indeed what I need. In the area covered by the formation, as long as the people inside do not engage in conscious confrontation and then tell them a name, the formation can automatically collect the power of their beliefs. The formation will guide the people inside and will not cause any harm to the people inside. As long as the people in the formation don't resist, it's fine. That's why the scene in the Tower of Faith occurred at that time. Whether it's a skeleton or a death knight. Even slaves in the Hell of Bones. As long as it is Lin Moyu's summoned object, it is impossible for him to have the consciousness of resistance. Then as long as he arranges this formation, he will most likely successfully collect the power of faith. Lin Moyu estimates that the probability of success exceeds 99%. Faith Array is not provided for free on the Human Emperor Network and needs to be redeemed with Divine City merits. And the price is extremely expensive, requiring 500 Divine City merits. 500 points of Divine City merit is already a huge sum of money. For many junior cultivators, they need to complete 50 secret missions, and they must successfully complete the missions every time in order to earn 500 points of Divine City merit. The secret mission is so dangerous, if you don't manage it, you will die in it. It's really unnecessary to go through 50 life and death missions just to change such a formation. Only those who have established families and sex and pursue the power of faith will spend huge sums of money to purchase it. Lin Moyu made his decision after just thinking about it for a minute. He communicated with Renhuang Network, buying the faith formation. After testing, you meet the requirements for purchasing faith cause. Purchasing the faith array requires 500 Divine City merit points. Please confirm whether to purchase? Lin Moyu replied without hesitation, confirm purchase. The next second, 500 Divine City merits were deducted, and Lin Moyu received a detailed information on how to arrange the faith formation. After eagerly checking the information, Lin Moyu frowned slightly. The information from the faith formation brought him one piece of good news and two pieces of bad news. The good news is that the faith array does not require any materials. It is a pure talisman array and only requires runes to set up the array. This also means that Lin Moyu does not need to collect additional materials. There are thousands of materials for the formation, and it is not easy to collect them. Some materials are not only rare but also expensive. There are also some things that even if you have money you may not be able to buy them. The first bad news is that these runes are somewhat difficult, and I haven't mastered most of them yet. The second bad news is that to arrange the formation, you need to use the power of faith to draw the corresponding runes, and the consumption of the power of faith is very high. The formation of faith consists of 1200 secondary runes and one main rune. To lay out a complete faith formation, it takes 2000 pieces of faith power. Once the arrangement fails, 2000 copies of the power of faith will collapse and be completely wasted. In other words, he can only fail once. If it fails the first time, it will take some time before the second time can be arranged. Lin Moyu began to think about the probability of setting up the formation of faith by himself. After a moment, Lin Moyu's brows relaxed and he revealed his faith again. Although it is somewhat difficult, it is not impossible. If it succeeds, it will be a huge boost to my combat power. After his calculations, he was at least 60% sure of setting up the formation of faith. Although 60% is not high, it is enough. Once the decision is made, the next step is to follow the steps. The first step is to master these runes 0. At this moment, there are still 60 days to reach the life galaxy of Chu-12301. In reality, 40 days have passed, and a full 400 days have passed in the Human Emperor's training ground. It took 3,000 days at the Human Emperor's training ground to learn the runes, and then another 1,000 days to learn the power of faith. His 3,500 days of training time in the Human Emperor training ground have all been used up, and the next 500 days will all be spent on points. 100,000 points every day, a total of 50 million points are used up just like this. He decided to spend the next time in the Human Emperor's training ground, using the time acceleration ability of the Law C to exchange points for time. Strive to master the runes needed for the faith formation before reaching the Chu-12301 galaxy. 60 days is 6,000 days in the personnel training field. 100,000 points every day, a full 600 million points. Lin Moyu's previously earned points will be consumed. But if it succeeds, Lin Moyu thinks it's worth it. Lin Moyu doesn't feel bad about the points. If the points are gone, he can earn them again. Time is the most precious resource. The consciousness returned to the Human Emperor training ground, and Lin Moyu's conscious body regained its splendor. The soul has two purposes, and consciousness combines reality and virtuality. In reality, Lin Moyu took out run, and in virtual world, he used time to accelerate and began to understand the runes on it. Some of the runes used in the faith formation are basic runes, and some are advanced runes, which are all recorded in rules. The only difference is to add the power of faith to the drawing process. For others, it's difficult. But for Lin Moyu, it is acceptable. The spirit soul in the other shore realm and the amazing recovery power gave Lin Moyu strong confidence. In the core area of the Divine City, all the big guys from the other shore realm started talking again. For them, in the long years, it is rare to see novel things. Hey, Lin Moyu just asked Renhuang Network for information on purchasing Faith Array. What does he want to do? Is it arranged by my wife? What did he do by setting up the Faith Array? Are you confused? Faith Array is naturally designed to collect the power of faith. But where did he come from as a believer? Don't forget how many summons he has. How whimsical he is to use summoned objects as believers. It's really whimsical. How many places can be covered by a great faith array and how many believers can be accommodated? What if he arranges more than one? It's a good thing to have imagination, it's better than us. Yes, I hope he can succeed. The Human Emperor's training ground, the Sea of Laws. Lin Moyu kept rehearsing the runes and rules, but he was just gesturing and rehearsing, not actually drawing them. An inexplicable sense of familiarity rushed over again, and Lin Moyu really felt that he seemed to have seen these runes before. But no matter how much I think about it, I can't remember where I saw it. Lin Moyu kept in mind the words of the fishing old man and would not actually draw the runes in the Human Emperor's training ground. He is just making gestures, which is tangible but not spiritual. After he truly masters the runes, he will be silent for a while. During the period of silence, his consciousness returned to its original form and he would try to draw runes in the real world. He drew the runes needed for the faith formation and injected a power of faith into it. In this way, you can verify whether the runes are drawn successfully. Drawing runes is not easy, and failure is not allowed, so he must devote himself to it and cannot do two things at once. Because of the speed of time, every time a rune is drawn in the real world, Lin Moyu in the Human Emperor training ground will be silent for a long time. When there was silence, Lin Moyu seemed to be resting, and nothing could be seen. But he couldn't hide it from the old fisherman. He knew very well that whenever Lin Moyu fell silent, it meant that he controlled a brand new rune. The speed of mastering the runes is quite fast. How on earth did he do it? Let me take a look. With curiosity, the old man's eyes flashed with light. His eyes penetrated the illusion of Renhuang network, and shined from illusion into reality. Following a special trajectory, he saw Lin Moyu in reality. In reality, Lin Moyu is drawing runes, his movements are smooth and natural, and he looks indescribably beautiful. The old man took a look and commented, "The proficiency is very high. I really can't tell. This is a beginner. Even those talisman masters who have practiced for more than 100 years may not have this level. This is a genius in runes." Suddenly, Guja's gaze dropped slightly. He saw the jade book of rules in Lin Moyu's hand. The old man's eyes were filled with confusion. Isn't rule in the hands of Patriarch Su? Is he the descendant of Patriarch Su? What is the identity of this little guy? Did I miss something? He suddenly showed a self-deprecating smile. I'm really stupid, you'll know if you take a look. With his identity, he can access any information on the Renhuang network. Even those secret messages that are blocked can be seen by him. First I saw Lin Moyu's name. Lin Moyu, this name seems familiar. The 4th level of the God King, the realm is average, barely okay. 37 years old. This time, the old man was no longer calm. He thought his eyesight was dim, but after looking carefully several times, he confirmed that Lin Moyu was indeed 37 years old. The shock in his eyes was so intense that it was hard to describe. He suppressed his shock and continued to check Lin Moyu's various information and life stories. Understand the first echelon law, which has the ability to heal the soul. Obtained the title of military glory, over-completed the 2nd series of tasks, directly obtained the qualifications for the divine city, and was granted an exceptional level of junior authority. First place in the 4-star field competition. Killed the enemy god. Opened the poisonous bee secret realm. Every record is extremely dazzling. Lin Moyu is like a bright star in the human race, which makes people unable to look directly. Before, he just thought Lin Moyu, a young man, was interesting, but he didn't pay much attention to him. Over the years, geniuses have come and gone like crucian carp crossing the river, but few are worthy of his attention. But now, the old man swore that he had never seen another person of such genius in his long life. Humanity is so lucky, the old man sighed. If such characters appeared in other races, they would destroy each other at any cost. But now, Lin Moyu appears in the human race, so they must do their best to protect Lin Moyu. However, this kind of protection cannot interfere with the other party's growth and can only be done in secret. The Human Emperor Network records Lin Moyu's information in great detail, including whether Patriarch Su accepted him as his disciple. It even clearly states why Lin Moyu is not accepted as his disciple. In this way, other strong people in the other side realm will not accept Lin Moyu as their disciple if they see it. Train Lin Moyu to focus on freedom. The old man also understood why Patriarch Su gave away the rule. Lin Moyu did have a talent in this area. In just a short time, I have mastered the basic runes and have begun to learn to draw advanced runes. Seeing Lin Moyu skillfully drawing runes, the old man couldn't help but sigh, this is the real genius. He withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes again, and continued fishing for countless years. When he retracted his gaze, there was an idea that crossed countless distances in the real world and landed on Lin Moyu. This thought was not malicious, and the level was so high that Lin Moyu didn't notice it at all. Lin Moyu is getting more and more comfortable. He was a little unfamiliar at the beginning, but by the time he drew the 10th rune, he had become fluent. The whole action has a special beauty and is pleasing to the eye. His fingers danced in the air like a dance, using the power of his soul as a pen to draw beautiful signs in the void. One rune after another was drawn, and the power of faith was injected into it. After injecting the power of faith, the runes become elusive and hazy. This change represents the success of the drawing. Rules seems to only have more than 100 pages, and each page records a rune. This rune can be split into many smaller runes. For example, there is a fire rune in rune, but this text represents the general outline of all fire runes. It can be used to deconstruct various fire runes, from the ordinary flames of the third echelon to some special flame laws of the second echelon, all can be interpreted by this rune. The same is true for other laws. Each rune in rules is equivalent to the general outline of a certain type of runes. The general outline can be dismantled and subdivided into runes with different functions. Runes can even be combined with each other, either with advanced ones or with ordinary runes. Based on this calculation, the number of runes is endless. But runes have another characteristic, that is, the higher end the runes, the more inclusive they are. Often one rune contains hundreds or thousands of other runes. The most extreme example is the Great World Rune. The Great World Rune is just a rune, but it can support the entire Great World and include all spells and spells. Lin Moyu has not thought about mastering all the runes for the time being, that is unrealistic. The runes he is learning now are the ones needed for the Array of Faith. Added up, there are about 100 runes. Among them, basic runes account for nearly 70%. There are only less than 1/3 of the real high-level runes. These advanced runes are all recorded in rules, but some of them require some transformation. This is not a problem for Lin Moyu. Each rune was mastered by Lin Moyu, becoming more and more proficient. At the same time, Lin Moyu felt more and more that the familiarity between himself and the runes was getting stronger and stronger. This feeling is very strange, I don't know why it happens. By the time Lin Moyu fully mastered the required runes, 95 days had passed for the entire 100-day voyage. In 5 more days, we can reach the Chu 12301 Life Galaxy. 95 days have passed in the outside world, and 9,500 days have passed in Lin Moyu's consciousness in the personnel training field. The light of the galaxy, Chu 12301, flies from a distant place, bringing faint light and heat. The cold starry sky has a little warmth, but it can't compare to Lin Moyu's mood at the moment. The golden body of the God King shines in the starry sky, and the hot blood boils in the body. At this moment, with Lin Moyu as the center and 1,000,000 kilometers away, the clear heartbeat can be heard. The sound of the heartbeat seems to be connected to a certain line of law and is transmitted outward like the sound of the soul. The reason for this is that Lin Moyu is slightly excited at the moment. Not only because he has mastered all the runes needed for the Faith Array, but he has also taken a big step forward on the rune path. It is said that in the Divine City, there are some special practitioners, called Talisman Masters. These people study runes in depth and don't know if I am a rune master now. In the big world, it is not that there are no various professions. Career exists, but it does not exist in low realms. In the big world, almost most people would not consider other routes before the God King. Their cultivation route is very simple, which is to understand the rules, strengthen their souls, perform tasks, and increase their authority. Almost everyone does it. The authority has been upgraded to level 5, and with the qualification to lead the star field, the realm has basically reached the level of God King 3 or above. Some people still have a chance to move forward, so they continue to attack the god. Some people, when their cultivation talents are exhausted and their progress is slow, begin to look for other paths. Facts have proved that any stone from other mountains can attack jade. There are thousands of avenues, but different paths lead to the same destination. As a result, various professional schools came into being. The most common ones are alchemists and weapon refiners. There are also formation mages who are more common in the Qinglong star territory. Some professions are due to their natural blood, such as the summoners in the Xuanwu star territory. There are also some people with special talents. While they are practicing, they will find that they have strong talents in a certain aspect, and they can also take 2 paths at the same time. Lin Moyu had read all this information before and knew it, but he didn't take it to heart. After arriving in the Divine City star territory, he learned that there was a group of people in the Divine City who specialized in studying runes. These people are called Talisman Masters. Talisman masters have their own family, sect, and inheritance. These family sects came together to form the Talisman Masters Association. They formulated the levels and various systems of Talisman Masters, specializing in the exploration and research of talisman. Lin Moyu is also a little curious about what level he has reached now. My mood gradually calmed down and my blood was no longer boiling. The human emperor's training ground, the Sea of Laws. Lin Moyu saluted the old fisherman and thanked him for his support. For 9,500 days, Lin Moyu has been practicing without being disturbed by others. Around him, within a radius of 1,000 meters, no one appeared. Even if other cultivators made any noise, it did not affect Ju. Sometimes being interrupted is very annoying. And all of this was done by the old man next to him. The old man closed his eyes slightly and spoke in a calm voice. Lin Moyu nodded. It's time for me to set up the formation. Go. The old man nodded slightly. Thank you, Senior. Lin Moyu left the Human Emperor Network and returned to reality completely. The 9,500 days in the Human Emperor Network were Lin Moyu's longest period of cultivation. 3,500 of them come from rewards for missions. The points used in the next 6,000 days, a total of 600 million points, were wiped out. Now that he only has 100 million points left, Lin Moyu doesn't feel distressed at all. Just earn points when they are gone. The most important thing is that during this period of time, I mastered the runes needed to arrange the Faith Array. The next step is to set up the Faith Array. Lin Moyu has already thought of where the Faith Array is. The soul opened its eyes, and the majestic voice echoed in the soul world. There are still 3,500 copies of the Power of Faith left. It takes about 2,000 copies of the Power of Faith to set up the formation, which is completely enough. If the arrangement fails, you will have to wait another 50 days before rearranging it. Try to strive for first-time success. The soul stretched out its purple jade-like fingers and began to draw runes. Lin Moyu decided to set up the Faith Array in the soul world. Faith Array is used to collect the power of faith. Someone needs to enter the formation and voluntarily not resist in order to provide the power of faith. In the soul world of a normal cultivator, there are no outsiders. Faith Array is arranged in the soul. From ancient times to the present, no one has ever done it, and no one will do it. Lin Moyu can be said to have created a precedent in history. There is no one before, and there may not be anyone after. The reason why Lin Moyu chose to do this was naturally a matter of careful consideration. His soul world is different from others. The undead army usually lives in the soul world. In this way, placing the Faith Array in the soul is naturally the best choice. Purple Jade Soul waved its fingers and drew the first complete rune. The runes took shape, and the soul power moved slightly, infusing God. Then the power of faith was injected into it, and the runes became illusory and transparent, but also real. The runes fly up, away from the soul body, and close to the magic star. At this time, a leaf fell from the giant tree of talent. The leaf continued to grow in size as it fell, gradually blocking out the sky and the sun. The leaves of the giant tree of talent are used as the array disc to carry the array. In fact, the talisman formation can exist without the formation disc, but with the formation disc, it can be more stable. If Lin Moyu needs it, he can take out the array of faith from his soul and place it in the present. If you can achieve multiple things with one stone, why not do it? The runes fell on the leaves, glittering, waiting quietly. Lin Tuanyu didn't stop for a moment and had already started to draw the second rune. Soon the second rune was drawn. This rune was more complicated and required more soul power. It also consumed 3 parts of the power of faith. Different runes require different power of faith and soul power. Runes were drawn one by one, flew into the leaves, and connected with the previous runes. The talisman array is gradually taking shape, and Lin Moyu doesn't dare to be careless. As long as there is a slight flaw, the effect of the formation will be greatly reduced, or the formation will collapse directly, and all the hard work will be in vain. Time passed day by day, and Lin Moyu kept drawing runes. The leaves were densely covered with runes, and thousands of them were flashing with elusive and hazy light. Under the influence of the runes, even the leaves changed and became elusive and hazy at the moment. The talisman array has basically taken shape, only the center of the array is missing a main text. Lin Moyu is drawing slowly at the moment. The main runes are very complex, and Lin Moyu drew them carefully. Soul power is continuously injected into it. Lin Moyu's control is too strong. Under his control, the soul power does not shake at all, and the whole process is smooth and orderly. It can be said that the soul power injected into the runes every second is exactly the same without any difference. The main rune is a combination rune, consisting of 3 runes combined with each other, and there is no room for deviation. It took Lin Moyu 5 days to draw the remaining thousands of runes. However, it also took 5 days to get the last main rune. Finally, after 5 days, Lin Moyu became a living person. The next step is to inject the power of faith. Whether it will succeed or not depends on now. As soon as my heart moved, the power of faith was injected into it. This main rune requires a huge amount of faith, 500 copies. Previously, thousands of runes only used up 1,500 copies of the power of faith, and the entire faith array only required 2,000 copies of the power of faith. And it will monopolize a quarter of the flight. The main rune shines brightly, and the power of faith, like the power of soul, requires a steady injection. 2 forces of different natures and the same source merge into each other. The main rune began to become illusory and transparent, as if it was about to disappear from the world. Originally, the soul world was a world between illusion and reality, but now this main rune is even more so. After feasting on the power of faith, the runes have been fully formed. At least up to this point, everything is successful. Now all we have to do is push the main rune into the faith array to form the final link. If it succeeds, everything will be fine. If it fails, try again later. In fact, it's nothing. Lin Moyu is not nervous. Nothing goes smoothly during cultivation. It was not a life or death event, so Lin Moyu didn't look nervous at all. Go. Ziyu Soul raised his hand and pushed, and the main rune immediately flew out and flew into the Minister of Leaves. The main rune entered the center of the rune array and entered its own position. In an instant, the entire formation was connected and began to operate. Lin Moyu heard the inexplicable voice again, which seemed to be singing or chanting. Listen carefully, but you can't hear the specific content of the song. Unconsciously, the 553 soul world surrounded by purple light added a mysterious color. The formation projected a hazy light, and in the light, the sun statue emerged out of thin air. This statue looks exactly like Lin Moyu. It's a replica of Lin Moyu. The source of the power of the formation is the power of faith and soul power. The source of the power of faith and soul is Lin Moyu. Under the operation of the formation, the statue belonging to Lin Moyu was first formed. The statue is also a medium for collecting the power of faith. The appearance of the statue means that the formation has been fully formed and there is no failure. Lin Moyu carefully felt the formation in operation and found that the formation was not perfect and had many shortcomings. Compared with the Faith Tower in the Divine City, the efficiency of his faith formation is about 30% lower. The problem mainly lies in the runes. The runes he drew are too formal and rigid and not flexible enough. Some runes are obviously a little off, but the runes connected to them are too correct. It's okay to use them individually, but if they are connected together, there will be some minor problems. But fortunately, the formation was still successful, but the efficiency was slightly lower. Be careful in the future and don't be in a hurry. Lin Moyu has a good attitude and is not in a hurry. With Lin Moyu's thought, the giant tree of talent dropped its branches and pushed the faith array, aiming it at the magic star where the undead army was located. The light of faith array shone down, just covering the magic star of the skeleton god warrior. The sizes of objects in the soul world are different from those in the real world. There is distortion and compression in the space between the two. Once the undead army in the magic star appears in the real world, each of them will be quite large, and the skeletal dragon may even be hundreds or thousands of meters long. But in the soul world, they are just a small dot in the magic star. The world they live in has been compressed dozens of times. But the faith array has not been compressed, and its range can just cover a large magic star. Then Lin Moyu issued an order asking all skeleton god warriors not to resist the power of the faith array. With the guidance of Array of Faith, the skeleton god warriors don't need to do anything at all, they just need not to resist. Lin Moyu stares closely at the faith array. Whether his whims can come true depends on now. Gradually, a faint light appeared on his statue. Every trace of the power of faith enters the statue. It's done. Joy flashed in his eyes, his whims had really come true. As more and more power of faith is absorbed, the statue becomes brighter and brighter. The power of these beliefs flies through the statue to Lin Moyu. The refining talisman appeared on Lin Moyu's palm and began to refine the power of faith. Compared with other people's power of faith, what skeletons provide is more pure and without impurities. Although the formation I deployed was relatively poor and had to be discounted, the skeletons made up for it. With joy, Lin Moyu began to continuously harvest the power of faith. BCFF. A flame of nothingness continues to burn in the soul, and a large amount of faith power is refined and used. After experiencing it carefully, 50 million skeleton warriors can provide themselves with 10 copies of the power of faith every day. Although their number is small, the power of faith they provide is pure enough and their efficiency is not bad. After the power of faith is restored, he will arrange another one, so that the speed of increase in the power of faith can be accelerated. When all the undead legions are enveloped by the array of faith, his power of faith will be endless. In fact, 20 copies of the power of faith every day is not a small amount. A family like the Mu family, which controls the galaxy, probably doesn't even have 10 copies of the power of faith that they can gain every day. In the Divine City, except for the pinnacle gods, most of the faith towers serve the other side realm. Leaving the soul world, the vision is dominated by a burst of intense stellar light. At this time, he came to the Chu-12301 Life Galaxy Skeleton Dragon and had been staying here for several days. The galaxy Chu-12301 is composed of 1 life star and 13 resource stars. There is a star in its center and another star in its periphery. It is a rare double-star life galaxy. Although there is only 1 life star in the galaxy, the scale of this life star is extremely large, several times larger than ordinary life stars. There are more people living on the stars. Judging from the numbers, there is only a difference of 3 digits between Galaxy 12301 and Galaxy 12998. Both are low-numbered galaxies in the primary area. There is not much difference in the number and size of practitioners. There are many such galaxies in the Divine City star territory, and most of them are not naturally formed, but are transformed by great energy. The 2 galaxies are very similar, but differ in some places. Lin Moyu put away the skeleton dragon and rushed into the galaxy. In the galaxy, cultivators come and go, but most of them are cultivators of the super god realm and the true god realm. Many cultivators will go to the resource star to obtain the materials needed for cultivation. However, you can't just go to resource stars if you want to. You have to apply, pay corresponding points, and be allowed to go. There is no such thing as getting something for nothing in the human race. Only by giving can you gain something. Not enough points? It doesn't matter, just do the task. There are many tasks to obtain corresponding materials from resource stars. Of course, these tasks are prepared for those in the super god realm and true god realm. As for the god king realm, they naturally look down on such low-level tasks. There are also some people from big families who will also choose to leave the Divine City and go to the 4-star regions and various battlefields. After all, the tasks there are more abundant and points can be earned faster. Lin Moyu was extremely fast and turned into a stream of light flashing across the starry sky. Those cultivators in the super god realm and true god realm cannot see Lin Moyu clearly. They all showed envy in their eyes, hoping that one day they could reach this state. A few minutes later, Lin Moyu had already set foot on the star number 12,301-1. Star number 12,301-1 is a real big star, very large. One is as big as 5 stars. There are billions of people living on the stars, and there are many practitioners. There are countless cultivating families, large and small, and several sections. The family name in charge of this galaxy is Wang. It is said that it is a branch of a family named Wang in the high-end area and has extremely powerful power. Of course, this kind of power cannot allow them to act arbitrarily. Even the head of the Wang family must abide by the rules, unless he has the ability to escape the surveillance of the human emperor's network. On the stars, a large number of people are moving in the same direction. Among them, the super god realm and the true god realm are the main ones. They seem to be going to watch some competition. Although there were many people, order was still observed and there was no chaos. Lin Moyu was also in the crowd. After listening for a while, he roughly understood what was going on. In this city, there was a conflict between the children of 2 families, and they decided to go to the fighting platform to resolve the conflict. Competition arenas are not available everywhere, and many places choose to resolve conflicts in the arena on the Human Emperor network. Unlike here, people here prefer to solve problems with real swords and guns in the real world. Of course, human lives cannot be caused. Human Emperor network will not allow it. As long as no one is killed, it doesn't matter if you lose arms or legs or whatever. Lin Moyu had just experienced nearly 10,000 days of cultivation. He was extremely quiet and restless, and naturally had the urge to join in the fun. No matter how high his cultivation level is or how strong his mental state is, he is still human in the final analysis. A sage once said that people are gregarious, but they are divided into groups. This is why those who are strong in the other side realm can also chat and talk about everything. When practicing, you are in seclusion and isolating yourself from the world. But after leaving the customs, he will be with his companions, drinking tea and wine. The circular fighting platform is not big, with a diameter of 1,000 meters, and is covered by a formation. The runes in the formation sparkled. Lin Moyu could tell at a glance that this magic array was pure. Rather, it is a formation composed of runes and some formation materials. It can be seen from the runes contained in the formation that the main purpose of this formation is to limit the internal power from overflowing and at the same time block external power. This will ensure the fairness of the competition. Under the ring, there is a practitioner wearing a white robe, who is controlling the formation. His name is Wang Xing, the 6th level God King. Lin Moyu saw writing on his sleeves. This rune has invisible gods and is just decoration. The rune is one of the basic ones, and it only represents the number 3. Wang Xing seemed to feel Lin Moyu's gaze. He looked up and looked at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu has hidden his name. Others cannot see his name, but they can see his realm. Lin Moyu is the 4th level of God King. Both sides are God Kings. Wang Xing nodded to Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu also smiled. Among the onlookers, there are mainly super gods and true gods, and there are not many God Kings. His soul is very keen and his soul level is not low. The surname is Wang, he should be from the Wang family. I didn't expect that people from the Wang family are actually responsible for handling personal grievances. It's a bit interesting. Soon, the 2 dueling men got on the stage. Both of them are young people, and coincidentally, their cultivation levels are both at the 6th level of True God. The 2 people on the competition stage glared at each other, as if I was going to kill you. At this time, another woman also came to the edge of the ring. The woman had a good appearance and a good temperament. She was considered a beauty. The woman came to Wang Xing's side and seemed to be talking to Wang Xing. She spoke very softly, but she couldn't hide it from Lin Moyu's ears. Master Wang, can you tell them not to fight? Wang Xing shook his head. No, their competition application has been accepted. According to the rules, the winner must be determined. Neither you nor I have the right to stop it. Tears filled the woman's eyes, and she looked at the two people on the stage with worry. Lin Moyu already knew what happened. Both young men on the stage liked this woman. Both of them are young masters from two small families in the city. The woman seemed to have special feelings for the two of them, and she couldn't tell who she liked more for a while. So the two applied to compete in the competition, and the loser withdrew on his own initiative. In Lin Moyu's opinion, it is just a trivial matter. But it is such a small thing that has aroused the interest of many people. Looking at the bustling cultivators around him, he couldn't help but smile. There are quite a lot of people eating melons. From this scene alone, we can see how idle these people are. Life in the Divine City is too comfortable, at least for most people. This will make many people become flowers in a greenhouse without seeking advancement. Maybe there will be geniuses emerging among them, but the proportion will be greatly reduced. Lin Moyu didn't want to watch anymore and left before the competition started. He had already joined in the fun, and he had no interest in children's family-style competitions. This city is quite good. Although it is not the main city on the stars, it is still a big city. They have everything they should have, and there are 5 or 6 of them in a fairly large family alone. There are many god kings in the family, but no god. A voice like singing or chanting came to my ears, and I saw the Tower of Faith again. Towers of Faith can be seen throughout the entire Divine City. Lin Moyu walked in and saw many people sitting with their eyes closed, seemingly praying, but actually doing nothing. As long as you don't resist inside, the belief array will automatically guide your consciousness and gather the power of belief. I glanced at the collector of the power of faith, and he was still the ancestor of the Su family. It seems that the power of faith in these nearby star fields is given to the ancestors of the Su family. Lin Moyu thought for a moment. Tens of thousands, even more than 100,000 life stars, and countless human races provided the Su family ancestor with the power of faith. How strong is the power of faith? How many portions can be harvested every day? Not only the ancestors of the Su family, but other strong people in the other side realm must also be gathering the power of faith. Each strong person in the other side realm will occupy a large area of the Divine City star territory. I don't know what they are going to do by gathering so much power of faith. But this is what I should be concerned about. Lin Moyu shook his head slightly and walked out of the Tower of Faith. He now knows that entering the Tower of Faith and contributing the power of faith is also a task. The rewards are very poor, but you don't have to do anything. You can complete the mission even if you sleep inside. If you stay there for 1 day, you can get 10 points, and if you stay there for 30 days, you will get 300 points. It is not impossible for some people who do not seek to make progress. There is a rule in the Divine City. After reaching the Super God realm, you must earn a certain amount of points every period of time. If you don't get points, you will be expelled from the city. There is only one way to get points, and that is to perform tasks. The original intention of the rules is to force you to complete the task. The points requirement is not high, and you can get enough points even just by relying on the Faith Tower. The top management of the human race seems to want everyone to play a role. If you don't have a realm and don't want to practice, how can you earn points? Belief Tower will do. No matter what, even if you are a waste, you must contribute to the human race. The human race can raise waste but not garbage. Lin Moyu understood this. If it were him, Hui Ning would do the same, so there is never a shortage of people in the Tower of Faith. Leaving the Faith Tower, we came to the Kangxi Hall. The Guancher Hall, like the Faith Tower, is also spread throughout the entire Divine City star territory. Opposite Guancher Hall is T Friend's residence. Guanchetang, T Friend's house, is like a pair of friends either standing side by side or facing each other. Standing in front of Guancher Hall, you can already hear the discussion coming from the tea room. There are many tea drinkers inside. Lin Moyu smiled slightly and entered Guancher Hall 7. The last time I entered the Kongxi Hall, I didn't check the information carefully, but I can take a look this time. In the big world, a lot of things happen every day. Things are big and small, some are interesting and some are important. Lin Moyu is most concerned about the movements of the giant tree in the starry sky. He wonders if the other side of the human race has taken action. Although it is still far away from the human star field, it is still more than 9 years away, but as long as it still exists, Lin Moyu will feel uneasy. For practitioners, 9 years is a short period of time. Once the giant tree in the starry sky enters the human star domain, the trouble will be big. If we take action at that time, countless galaxies will be destroyed, and the human race will definitely suffer countless casualties. The top leaders of the human race cannot allow this to happen. Therefore, Lin Moyu felt that the top leaders of the human race would definitely not wait until that time to take action. If you are in a hurry, you should take action now. Even if we continue to delay, we will only have to wait another year or 2 at most. After all, the nights are long and there are many dreams, so I think we'll solve it as soon as possible. Unless the big guys from the other side of the human race have any concerns. Lin Moyu found no new information related to the starry sky giant tree. The latest piece of information was the road I had seen before. Although there was no new news related to the starry sky tree, Lin Moyu saw other news. The Zerg and the dragon are at war. This is the title of the message, and it is also accompanied by a dynamic picture. In the picture, a huge bug is slowly advancing in the starry sky, and its appearance is very ferocious. This information sells for 100,000 points, which is a full 10 times more expensive than the information about the giant tree in the starry sky. When Lin Moyu saw the insect scene, his heart skipped a beat. The bugs in the picture were exactly the same as those he had seen in the small world and the depths of the eternal battlefield. The situation at that time was still fresh in his memory. He used the resurrection method to resurrect an insect that had been dead for thousands of years. Then he entered the soul consciousness of the insect and wanted to see what happened back then. Who would have thought that the insect's consciousness is connected to an extremely complex network? It was then that he saw a huge eye. I still remember the roar, "If you dare to spy on our clan, you are seeking death." The terrifying attack hit him like a huge wave. If he hadn't escaped quickly enough, he would have been beaten to death. That eye is exactly the same as the eye of the bug in the picture. But Lin Moyu is not sure. What if all the Zerg eyes look the same? Is it that bug from back then? What kind of race are the Zerg and how do they exist? Why are they at war with the dragons? Lin Moyu suddenly had many questions. After entering the big world, he tried to find information about the Zerg, but he didn't gain much. All I know is that the Zerg are a rather mysterious race, and their combat power is quite powerful. But more specific information is missing. In the small world back then, Antares was also vague. Obviously, the Zerg are very strong. Lin Moyu did not hesitate much and directly spent 100,000 points to purchase this information. All the information is displayed, in addition to text. There are also a large number of dynamic pictures and even audio commentary. The 13th series of Insect Mother of the Zerg race manipulated the corpse of the dragon race several years ago. Later, he was discovered by the dragon clan and fought with them recently. The dragon tribe was led by a divine dragon, carrying 10 sacred dragons and 100 elemental dragons, and fought against them. The two sides fought for several days, with casualties on each other, and the insect mother retreated. There are very few words in the message, but more specific scenes of the battle. In the picture, the insect mother looks like a huge centipede, a one-eyed centipede with 10,000 legs. The exact size cannot be judged from the picture. However, based on the size of the stars in the background, Lin Moyu still roughly recommended the body shape of the insect mother. The body length should be more than 100,000 kilometers, comparable to a star. There are more than 10,000 pairs of insect legs. Each pair of insect legs is very huge, as sharp as a sickle, and can easily tear apart stars. Its whole body trembled, and countless small insects flew out from its abdomen. Small bugs are just relative terms. Each bug can be as large as 1,000 or as small as 100 meters, and they are densely packed and countless. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and there were many bugs inside that were the same as what he had seen back then. By this moment, he was completely sure that this insect mother was the one he spied on back then. Countless bugs of all sizes rushed out and fought fiercely with the dragons. The war spread over a wide area, and nearby stars continued to explode. Lin Moyu didn't know where the area where they were fighting was, but he could only say that those stars were unlucky. The picture disappeared quickly and was not shown further. The result is already known: the insect mother retreated, and both sides suffered damage. Obviously, the dragon clan has won. When seeing the dragon, Lin Moyu was reminded of Antares. I don't know what's going on with that guy now, or when he can leave the small world and truly return to the big world. A scale appeared in his hand, which Antares gave him before leaving the small world. When Antares returns to the big world, he will be able to contact himself through his scales. There is currently no movement in the scales. Lin Moyu checked again to see if there was any new information. There is a lot of new information, some of which is related to myself. A lot of information talks about some of his past, some of the things he did on the battlefield, and the situation in the 4-star competition. Lin Moyu also didn't know what method the Su family used to obtain this information. At that time, he clearly remembered that when he was on the battlefield, he was alone most of the time. From this, we can conclude that the Su family must have some special methods. The quiet street suddenly became noisy and became extremely lively. The sound spread into the Guancher Hall and attracted the attention of many people. Lin Moyu's heart moved and he heard a lot of voices from the outside world. Problem occurs. Master Lu is dead. Master Qiao was also detained. How can there be something from the demon clan? It's not necessarily from the demon clan, Lord Wangxing said. It just looks like it, I can't be sure yet. Lord Wangxing said it might be something left over from ancient times. It seems to be called a talisman blade. Lin Moyu's heart moved. Master Lu and Master Qiao were the two people who had just competed. The two of them are only in the true god realm. With Wangxing, the god king, and the formation restrictions, how can they be in trouble? Lin Moyu also had a trace of curiosity in his heart. Especially when he heard about the talisman blade from ancient times, Lin Moyu decided to take a look. The rune blade is a special weapon refined with runes. But the talisman blade is different from the magic weapon. It has a limit on the number of times it can be used. At the same time, as time goes by, the talisman blade will gradually lose its effectiveness. It is extremely unlikely that the talisman blade from ancient times has survived to this day. If there really is a talisman blade left over from ancient times, this one must not have been loved very much in the beginning. On the competition stage, a man was lying on the ground, with not much life left. There were wounds on his eyebrows, chest, abdomen and other places. His name is Lu Ji, and he is the eldest son of the Lu family in this city. On the other side, Qiao Jingyuan has been controlled by Wang Xing, sitting on the ground unable to move. The beauty Lu Ji and Qiao Jingyuan were competing for was standing in the audience in a state of confusion. At this time, Wang Xing looked solemn and stood on the competition stage, talking to the two of them. The two people talking to Wang Xing, one named Lu Tian and the other named Qiao Fangxin, are the heads of the Lu family and the Qiao family. Lu Tian's eyes looked sad at this moment, but also showed hatred. Qiao Fangxin was a little confused, as if he didn't quite believe what had happened. Lin Moyu stood in midair, condescending. His eyes swept over Lu Ji's body, and Lu Ji's breath was already very weak. The physical injury is a trivial matter, but the key is that the soul has been injured. There is a law of life flowing in his body, and he has been treated, but the effect is average. At most, the injury can only be temporarily maintained and cannot be completely cured. The human race does not have good treatment methods for soul injuries. But Lin Moyu could see that Lu Ji would not die for a while. His attention fell on the talisman blade in Wang Xing's hand. The rune blade looks like a curved dagger. It exudes the power of runes and is extremely special. The talisman blade still shows the breath of time with a trace of Ta Meng. It's just that not everyone can feel this kind of breath, it requires extremely keen soul sensing. Wang Xing and the two family heads seemed to be unable to decide, and their voices gradually became louder and they began to argue. Lu Tian suppressed his anger and said, "Lord Wang Xing, can I still be saved?" Wang Xing said, "I have already reported it to the head of the family, who will arrive soon." As a member of the Wang family, Wang Xing carries a hint of majesty in his words. Even if Lu Tian's cultivation level is higher than Wang Xing's, he would not dare to offend him. Lu Tian glared at Xiao Fangxin. "If something happens to my son." Needless to say what follows, everyone understands the meaning. In fact, it is not used as a threat. If Lu Ji really dies because of this, then the fate of Xingyuan will not be much better. The rules of Renhuang Network are very strict, and no one can protect Xiao Xingyuan. "Can you show me the talisman blade?" A voice suddenly sounded, and the three of them turned their heads at the same time, and saw an additional person on the side. Wang Xing was slightly startled. "It's you." He had seen Lin Moyu before, but Lin Moyu disappeared later. Lin Moyu handed over his hand and said, "I have met brother Wang Xing." Wang Xing hummed, "What do you want?" Lin Moyu said, "I want to see this talisman blade." Wang Xing flatly refused, "No." Lin Moyu asked, "But what are the rules inside?" Renhuang Network has many rules, and Lin Moyu is not sure if there are any special rules. Otherwise Wang Xing would not have refused so simply. Wang Xing nodded, "Yes." Wang Xing did not say why, but Lin Moyu did not ask. Lin Moyu glanced at the talisman blade again. Wang Xing did not receive the talisman blade into the storage magic weapon. He probably couldn't put it in, so he could only hold it in his hand. At the same time, Wang Xing seems to be on alert, so it seems that the talisman blade seems a bit weird. Suddenly Lin Moyu sensed something and looked towards Xiao Xingyuan. Immediately afterwards, a high-pitched roar that did not sound like a human voice sounded, and Xiao Xingyuan looked up to the sky and roared wildly, his voice extremely sharp. The sound turned into sound waves and spread crazily in the city. Countless people were impacted by the sound waves and fell down one after another. In an instant, no one was seen in the sky. On the ground, a large number of cultivators hugged their heads and screamed, obviously very uncomfortable. Even the few god kings feel uncomfortable at this moment. Sound waves reach directly to the soul, which is a soul attack. At this moment, Xiao Xingyuan's body was lit up with runes, but these runes were all black. His eyes have also turned black. The whole person was shrouded in black energy and looked extremely strange. The formation that originally bound him was trembling and could collapse at any time. Xiao Xingyuan was like a wild beast that was about to escape from trouble. Every scream was louder than a scream. Xiao Fangxin trembled suddenly and exclaimed, "How could this happen?" Wang Xing reacted the fastest and had already arrived at the side of Xingyuan first. He traced out the afterimage with one hand, drew a rune at an astonishing speed, and pressed it on Xiao Xingyuan's head. Lin Moyu recognized the runes drawn by Wang Xing as the town characters. It has the effect of suppressing everything. Of course, the so-called suppression of everything depends on personal strength. Wang Xing is the 6th level of the God King, and Xiao Yuanjing is only the 6th level of the true God. There is a huge, insurmountable gap between the two, and suppression is easy. But that was not the case. Zhenzi was pressed on Xiao Yuanjing's forehead, but Xiao Yuanjing still screamed one after another. Xiao Yuanjing's body was filled with black energy, fighting against Zhenzi. At the same time, his aura was rising steadily, getting stronger and stronger. Wang Xing looked serious and kept exerting pressure. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't suppress Xiao Yuanjing. Xiao Yuanjing's resistance is getting stronger and stronger, and there are a lot of cracks in the town's character, which may collapse at any time. Suddenly, a black light flashed. The talisman blade in Wang Xing's hand suddenly erupted, escaped from Wang Xing's grasp, turned into a black stream of light, and stabbed Wang Xing's forehead. This came so suddenly and so fast that Wang Xing had no time to react. Wang Xing's eyes revealed fear, and he could only watch as the knife stabbed him. Suddenly a hand pressed on Wang Xing's shoulder, pulling him back, and then a golden light flashed and collided with the talisman blade. The talisman blade was knocked away by the golden light, and Wang Xing escaped. Wang Xing looked at Lin Moyu, who had pulled him away, with lingering fear and a slightly pale face, and whispered, "Thank you." Lin Moyu smiled slightly, "Senior brother Wang, you don't have to." "Jir, what's wrong with you?" Lu Tian's voice suddenly sounded. Hearing the sound and looking over, he saw Lu Ji lying on the ground, but he didn't know when he had gotten up. Like Qiao Jingyuan, he also had black energy coming out of his body. A large number of dark runes emerged from under the skin like tadpoles, and a large amount of black energy emerged from the runes. The wounds on his body had healed at some point. The situations of Lu Ji and Qiao Jingyuan are almost exactly the same. The talisman blade turned into a stream of light and flew back. This time, the talisman blade fell into Lu Ji's hand. Lu Ji's aura exploded, instantly breaking through the God King, and getting stronger and stronger. Wang Xing's heart trembled. "I'm afraid we're going to be in trouble." Lu Tian and Qiao Fengxin were a little confused at the moment. It was their son who was in trouble, and they didn't know what to do. Lin Moyu shook his head. "It's okay." He raised his fingers lightly and drew 2 runes at an astonishing speed. The 2 runes are exactly the same, both are town characters. Wang Xing's pupils shrank sharply, and Lin Moyu drew the runes faster than himself. Moreover, the power contained in this rune far exceeds his own. The 2 town characters were faintly glowing with purple light, carrying an inexplicable nobility. "Go." Lin Moyu let out a soft sigh, and 2 town symbols turned into streams of light and flew out. They were not given a chance to resist at all, and the words of suppression had already fallen on their heads. Junzi burst out with thousands of streams of light covering the 2 of them, and in an instant, both of them became quiet. The black energy was still surging crazily, and no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free from the suppression of Junzi. For the same suppressing character, the power exerted by Lin Moyu is very different from that exerted by Wang Xing. Wang Xing stared at this scene blankly, even the panic he had just felt disappeared. How come the gap is so big? He couldn't believe his eyes, but that was the truth. Moreover, Lin Moyu's level is still lower than his own. But in terms of attainments and runes, he was already far behind. Lin Moyu walked slowly to Lu Ji, reached out and took the talisman blade from his hand. Lu Ji's whole body was filled with black energy, as if he wanted to resist and roar. But it was useless. Under the suppression of Junzi, he could not move or even make a sound. Lin Moyu held the talisman blade, and the talisman blade kept vibrating and resisting, trying to get out of Lin Moyu's grasp, and even wanted to attack Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's palms were shining with golden light, and he didn't give him a chance at all. Looking at the runes on the talisman blade, Lin Moyu smiled and said, "So that's it." A beautiful little bow emerged from the top of his head, Soul Shooting Bow, a mid-level soul magic weapon in the Divine Realm. Divine Realm magic weapons are extremely rare, and soul magic weapons are even rarer. The talisman blade in Lin Moyu's hand struggled wildly, trying to break free from Lin Moyu's control. But Lin Moyu held it firmly. No matter how it moved or struggled, it was to no avail. The soul shooting bow opened automatically, and soul power was injected into it, forming an arrow. The moment the arrows formed, terrifying pressure swept across in all directions. Wang Xing, Lu Tian, and Qiao Fengxin retreated involuntarily at the same time and exited the arena directly. They felt that their souls were being impacted and their faces turned pale. Wang Xing was shocked again. What level of magic weapon is this, and how can it be so strong? What a terrifying soul magic weapon. I feel like I will definitely die if this arrow hits it. How could a young man who was only a 4th level god king possess such a terrifying soul magic weapon? Not only own it, but also drive it. Wang Xing was born in the Wang family and has seen the world. He instinctively judged that the soul-shooting bow should be the soul magic weapon of the divine realm. But how could a little guy who was at the 4th level of the God King be able to activate the soul magic weapon of the God realm? Unless Lin Moyu's soul has reached the level of a god. Wang Xing immediately wanted to understand, no wonder his runes are so much stronger than mine. His soul has reached the realm of God. The soul of the divine realm, the soul magic weapon of the divine realm, his origin is probably extraordinary, and there must be a powerful family behind him. Lin Moyu didn't know Wang Xing's complicated inner drama. In fact, he didn't want to use the speed bean. But there is no way, there is a powerful soul in the talisman blade. It cannot be said to be a soul, it can only be said to be an evil spirit. It is a collection of countless evil thoughts and resentments, which is not easy to deal with. Lin Moyu roughly sensed that the realm of the evil soul had reached the threshold of the god. The curse of his own soul cannot be destroyed by magic, so he can only use the soul-shooting bow. I just took this opportunity to see the power of archery. The soul-shooting bow has no special attributes. The stronger the user's soul, the stronger its attack. With Lin Moyu's soul in the other side realm, it is not a problem to control the soul-shooting bow to kill an evil spirit. A faint purple light flashed past, and the arrow shot into the knife. The blade that was struggling crazily suddenly stopped moving. After waiting for half a second, a shrill scream sounded from the talisman blade, and at the same time a large amount of black energy emerged. The black energy was shrouded in an invisible flame and quickly burned to ashes. Lu Ji and Xiao Jingyuan, who were controlled by Jinzi, suddenly began to burn with the black energy on their bodies. Their bodies trembled wildly, and then they fell to the ground and became motionless. Child. Lu Tian and Xiao Fangxing said in unison, flew back, and each came to their son's side. Wang Xing also immediately came over to check, first checking Xiao Fangxing and then Lu Ji. He whispered, Master Qiao is fine, he's just a little weak. As for Mr. Lu Ji's soul was injured before, and it was very troublesome to heal the horror. Lu Tian raised his hand towards Wang Xing and said, Master Wang, please think of a way. I remember that there is a kind of rune in the talisman master, called the soul talisman, which can treat soul wounds. Wang Xing shook his head and said, Master Lu doesn't know something. The soul talisman is an ancient rune. It is a rune that can only be mastered by a 7th level talisman master. And I am only a 3rd level talisman master. Even if you have a 7th level talisman master, you may not be able to master the soul talisman. The soul talisman is of a very high level and is extremely difficult to master among ancient runes. And the head of the Lu family should understand that a 7th level talisman master is at least a peak god. Lu Tian looked bitter. According to Wang Xing's words, his son was probably dead. But Lu Tian still wanted to get the last chance. Master Wang, can you help me think of a way? Wang Xing was also a little embarrassed at this time and finally said, well, I will talk to the head of the house when he arrives. Maybe the head of the house can know that kind of person. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Lu Tian had no other choice but to do this. Actually, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. Lin Moyu suddenly said. Lu Tian raised his head and looked at Lin Moyu. This young man of the 4th level of the God King is really a bit miraculous. His runes seem to be stronger than those of King Star, and much stronger. At this moment, Lu Tian wondered whether Lin Moyu came from a powerful rune family. Are there any elders in the family who are talisman masters of level 7 or above? Lu Tian regained his hope. Do you know a special master of rank 7 or above? Lin Moyu shook his head. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't take so much trouble to save him. With a flick of his fingers, a ray of white light fell into Lu Ji's body. The power of life and the law of immortality quickly began to repair Lu Ji's soul. Lu Ji's cultivation level is not high, only the 6th level of true God. His soul is not very strong. With the immortality law that Lin Moyu now masters, it is not difficult to treat such an injury. In less than 10 seconds, Lu Ji, who was in a coma, suddenly hummed and faintly woke up. He seemed to have no idea what had just happened, and there was confusion in his eyes. "Father, why are you here?" There was surprise in Lu Tian's eyes. He could feel that his son's soul was fine. He saluted Lin Moyu with surprise and thanked you for your help. Lin Moyu nodded slightly and accepted Lu Tiandi's thanks. He came to Qiao Xingyuan and shook the talisman blade. "Where did you get this talisman blade?" At this time, Qiao Xingyuan had recovered. The moment he saw Lin Moyu's eyes, his soul trembled and his face turned pale. Lin Moyu's eyes were like sharp swords, as if he didn't say anything, Lin Moyu would kill him on the spot. Out of the instinct of survival, Qiao Xingyuan said without hesitation. "I got it from the ancient battlefield." Lin Moyu frowned. "Xiati point." Qiao Xingyuan responded quickly without any hesitation. 12301 Ancient Battlefield. I entered the ancient battlefield and accidentally discovered an ancient cave that no one had ever entered in an abandoned ancient road. Then I got this talisman blade from inside. I don't remember the specific location. The ancient cave was very dangerous and there were many evil spirits. I escaped after getting the talisman blade. Lin Moyu's eyes were so terrifying. He was afraid that if he hesitated for a second, he would be killed by Ling Qi. However, no outsider can know all this except Qiao Xingyuan, the person involved. Even Qiao Fangxin, who was next to Qiao Xingyuan, couldn't feel it at all. At most, Qiao Fangxin just felt strange why his son was so honest. Lin Moyu used a trace of soul power. The soul power of the other side realm can be easily discovered by the God King. After getting the answer, Lin Moyu stopped asking any more questions, turned around and threw the talisman blade back to Wang Xing. This talisman blade is enchanted with an evil spirit. It should be the evil spirit from the ancient battlefield. Yes, now that it has been eliminated, this talisman blade can be used with confidence. Wang Xing took the talisman blade. At this time, the talisman blade no longer resisted the vibration, and the aura throughout his body became gentle. The evil spirit inside has apparently been killed by Lin Moyu. The real value of the talisman blade lies in the runes contained inside, especially the runes that have not been damaged after a long time, and have great research value. For a talisman master, a talisman blade with history is a rare treasure. The same goes for Lin Moyu, but he already knows what a knife is. It is a kill character, which is a type of advanced rune. This talisman blade has no effect on him. Seeing that Lin Moyu was about to leave, Wang Xing immediately said, "Junior brother, are you going to the ancient battlefield?" Lin Moyu hummed, "Let's go and see if there's something wrong with senior brother Wang." Wang Xing asked, "Junior brother, have you joined the Talisman Master Association?" Lin Moyu shook his head gently, "Can." Wang Xing immediately said, "When junior brother comes back from the ancient battlefield, he can come to the Wang family to look for Chuang." Good. I have to say that Wang Xing is a very wise person. Lin Moyu could feel that he actually wanted to talk to him. Or maybe you want to have a relationship with yourself. But he was very measured. After seeing his intention to go to the ancient battlefield, he did not stay. He just said that after he came back, he could go to Wang's house to find him. At the same time, he also confirmed whether he had joined the Talisman Masters Association. After confirming that he had not joined the Talisman Masters Association, maybe he would recommend him. Lin Moyu of the Talisman Masters Association is also a little interested. As one of the top power organizations in the city, its internal members are all Talisman Masters. Moreover, these Talisman Masters are intertwined and come from different families. Lin Moyu felt that the leader of the Fu Master Association should be Patriarch Su. But these are not what he cares about. What he cares about is the information in the Talisman Master Association. There was a lot of rune information in it that was not available to the outside world. If possible, he would like to take a closer look. But don't rush it. Runes are a great subject, and mastering them won't happen overnight. Now, he is going to the ancient battlefield. When he was killing evil spirits just now, he got some information. When the evil spirit dies, its soul is shattered and countless memories are scattered. From these memories, he saw a huge rune. This rune seems to be an ancient rune, but it doesn't look like an ancient rune. The key thing is that this rune has two colors, gray and white, which is very similar to his law of immortality. The moment he saw rune 807, Lin Moyu felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity in his heart. So I wanted to go take a look and see what was going on. In the Divine City Star territory, in addition to a large number of secret realms, there are also many ancient battlefields scattered around. No one can tell the origin of the ancient battlefield in Qing dynasty, only that it has a long history. As for whether it comes from ancient times, no one knows. Someone once said that the ancient battlefield was left behind after the coalition of hundreds of ethnic groups attacked the human race in modern times. But that has been more than 100,000 years, and those who survived back then are almost dead. The lifespan of the Other Shore realm is generally only about 50,000 years, not to mention that not many people in the Other Shore realm could survive at that time. However, the danger level of the ancient battlefield is far less than that of the secret realm. Over time, the ancient battlefield has become a place for exploration by those under the God King. There are even corresponding tasks in some ancient battlefields, but those tasks only provide points and do not include the merits of the Divine City. Occasionally, someone will get something from the ancient battlefield. Even if there is no gain, there will be no loss. There are also many ruins in the ancient battlefield for people to appreciate. It can also be seen from this that the war was intense at that time. There is a map on the Human Emperor Network. Lin Moyu followed the map and found the direction of ancient battlefield number 12301. The reason why it is called ancient battlefield number 1230, BCFF, 1 is because it falls under the jurisdiction of galaxy number 12301. The distance between the two is less than 1 billion kilometers. At Lin Moyu's speed, it can fly there in less than 2 hours. Even for those in the true God realm, it only takes a day or two. Soon, an ancient battlefield floating in the void came into view. Standing in front of the ancient battlefield, Lin Moyu observed carefully. The so-called ancient battlefield is actually a damaged star. It's just that this big star is very solid and has obviously been transformed and refined. Transform it from an ordinary star into an extremely strong war fortress. Although it has been disabled, its strong pressure can still be felt. This coercion is not weaker than that of the gods, and it is full of confusion, and it will be difficult to erase it with time. If it were still complete and still in its prime, it would be difficult to imagine its combat power. Lin Moyu even had an illusion that it could compete with the other side. Compared to that era, our current era is really weak. Lin Moyu couldn't help but sigh. This is not to belittle oneself, it is the fact. Even those big guys in the other side realm have to admit this. In ancient times, the number of other realms was far greater than it is now, and even existences beyond the other realm would occasionally appear. But now, the Other Shore realm has reached its peak. There may be higher levels of power, but they are no longer easily available. The world seems to have changed, and some restrictions have appeared, limiting the improvement of the power level. The big world today is a weakling compared to 1,000,000 years ago. The next second, Lin Moyu appeared on the ancient battlefield. After kicking the crippled star, Lin Moyu felt inexplicably sad. War is always the most cruel. War will make an era more prosperous, but it will also bring an era to its demise. Later generations often don't know what happened in that era, and can only find the truth from the remnants left behind. Just like the land beneath our feet, in Lin Moyu's feeling, it has experienced a long history, no less than ancient times. Lift your feet and step down hard. There were no cracks in the muffled sound. Lin Moyu's kick was so powerful that it could shatter the stars. but the land remained unscathed. But this feeling is different from the feeling of mysterious manners, ancient tombs, and black materials. The strength of that material can be felt, and it is truly indestructible. But here, Lin Moyu felt that the power of his kick was absorbed. The entire ancient battlefield seemed to have become a sponge, absorbing all his power. It's hard to distinguish between the two, and I can't tell which one is better. One characteristic they have in common is that they use their current strength to cause damage to it. It is precisely because of this that the ancient battlefield has maintained its original appearance for countless years. Walking on the ancient battlefield, you can see abandoned buildings. The building has been demolished, leaving only ruins. It was cut with a sharp weapon. This place was knocked down with fists. Here, it should be some kind of special blunt instrument. Lin Moyu looked at the remaining traces in the fracture and conducted inferential analysis. Why are there no ancient battlefields in the 4-star regions? Did the war that year only broke out here in the Divine City Star territory? It shouldn't be. A war of this magnitude should have affected the entire world. In other words, the big guys from the other shore realm have moved all the ancient battlefields to the Divine City Star territory. It's not impossible. The remaining aura of the ancient battlefield is very powerful, and many places have reached the realm of the God King. In this environment, even the actions of practitioners in the true God realm will be affected. This is still the remnant after countless years of destruction. If it were placed back then, it would at least be the peak God. You can imagine how terrible the battles experienced on the ancient battlefield were. Lin Moyu looked at the scenes in the ancient battlefield, his thoughts a little confused. He compiled everything he knew, including what Saint Hao, Zhu Qiwu, Zhu Tian and others said. The timeline is divided into 4 very clear points. Ancient times, modern times, and the present era. Modern times ended with Xiao Zhantian, who created the current era. Strong men of all races are pursuing information from ancient times. It can be seen from this that nothing major happened during the period from ancient times to modern times. But when did the ancient battlefield appear? Lin Moyu tried to find information about the ancient battlefield from the Human Emperor Network, but found nothing. In the Human Emperor Network, information about the ancient battlefield is very sparse and unclear. Is it even older than ancient times? It can't be from the ancient times, it's too ancient. Taiku is just a concept and does not point to a specific time. Basically anything earlier than ancient times can be called ancient times. In the core area, outside the flames, the big guys in the other shore realm were drinking tea and chatting. A strong man from the other shore realm returned from the ancient ruins and brought back some Taoist tea. Then these big guys were like bees smelling the fragrance of tea, and they all swarmed into overdrive. A flower party with the highest rules began casually and casually. There are more than a dozen big guys without any image, posing in various postures in the void. What is dignified and elegant? At this moment it is all pigs and grass. The other side of the world pays more attention to spontaneity, and you can do whatever you feel comfortable with. What's more, with their status, who dares to ask them to obey the rules? This guy Lin Moyu has entered the battlefield. I finally went, I wonder what he will find. It's probably hard to find anything. All the valuable things in the ancient battlefield have been looted, and only bits and pieces are left. That's not what I'm referring to. I also have some expectations. We have never figured out the age of the ancient battlefield. I hope that Mr. Lin can make some discoveries. The ancient battlefield should be related to the great wars in ancient times, but it seems to be different. It's chaos, it's really chaos. I can't figure it out even if I try hard to understand the chaos of the ancient battlefield, so I can only drink 3 cups of Taoist tea to calm down. If you want to drink more, just say so, don't make excuses. Lin Moyu was also a little confused at this time. He felt the years, but many things in the ancient battlefield were incompatible with the years. Some buildings are very modern and not at all what they looked like in ancient times. But they carry the breath of time, and Lin Moyu can be 100% sure that they have all gone through a long time. This created a strong sense of impact, which made Lin Moyu confused for a while. It's so weird. Why is this happening? Unknowingly, Lin Moyu walked into an empty square. A strong chilling air hit his face, giving Lin Moyu the illusion that he was dispatching troops on the battlefield. It seems as if I have experienced the formation of troops before a battle here, with generals at the top and soldiers at the bottom, ready to go out with sharp swords. Looking into the distance, across the huge square, he saw a collapsed tower. Lin Moyu's eyes suddenly shrank, he took a step forward, and he appeared in front of the tower. There was disbelief in his eyes. How could it be? How could it be? This is the Xinsha Tower. How come the Xinsha Tower appears here? Lin Moyu couldn't believe what he saw. Why Meng Anwen's god Xiata appeared here? This is absolutely impossible to happen. The Xinsha Tower is modeled after the ancient Leap Tower, which is nothing more than a war magic weapon in the true god realm. With Lin Moyu's current state, Gureta can also destroy him with one finger. Any skeleton god warrior can destroy Gureta. Not to mention the Xinsha Tower that was modeled after it, it couldn't even be considered a magic weapon, it could only be regarded as a toy. But in front of me, God Xia Tower really appeared. Lin Moyu is unmistakable. He has entered the Xinsha Tower many times and seen it many times, so it is impossible to misunderstand it. At that time, the army built 3 pagodas imitating the ancient Leda. They are the Trial Tower, the Divine Summer Tower, and the Demon-Slaying Tower. The Trial Tower has always been in the hands of the Xinsha Empire and is used to train new people. The Divine Summer Tower was in Meng Anwen's hands, and the Demon Slayer Tower was obtained by himself, but he did not take it with him when he left the small world. But what's going on with the Xinsha Tower in front of us? Lin Moyu had the urge to go back to the small world to have a look, but he knew this was unrealistic. He carefully observed the Xinsha Tower in front of him, and gradually, he discovered something was wrong. Although the two towers are almost identical, the Xinsha Tower in front of them is obviously simpler. Although the Xinsha Tower in front of us is far superior to the one in Meng Anwen's hands simply in terms of strength. It's really simpler than Meng Anwen's Xinsha Tower. From his point of view, it can be regarded as an imitation of the Xinsha Tower. The imitation is more powerful than the real thing, and more powerful than that. It's incredible to think about it. In addition, Lin Moyu also discovered something. This Xinsha Tower reveals various traces of modernity. Apart from the breath of time, it does not have any appearance that an ancient building should have. Different times have different architectural styles. The confusion of time and space made Lin Moyu feel dizzy. I can't figure it out. I patted my head lightly. I really couldn't figure it out, so I could only press it down temporarily. A humming sound came from the broken Xinsha Tower, which was the sound of the wind hitting the wall. Is it windy inside? This is a starry sky, an extremely silent starry sky. Wherever it might be windy. There is a lot of stellar wind, flying everywhere with the light, enough to kill ordinary people. The sound of the wind seemed to be some kind of call, which aroused Lin Moyu's curiosity. The Xinsha Tower has been broken, the interior is empty, and there is no cover on the top. The entire tower has been reduced to ruins. A large number of runes can also be seen on the wall, and these runes are only in shape, and the healing has gone away. The runes were connected together and were supposed to form various formations, but now they lost their effect. Everything is so broken. The wind sounded again, not only the sound, but this time the wind was really blowing, and Wu moved his hair. Come. Calls came from dark corners. Lin Moyu heard the sound and saw a dark and deep hole in the corner. His gaze penetrated into the deep cave entrance. Immediately afterwards, Lin Moyu's pupils narrowed, showing an incredible look again, even more shocked than before. Lin Moyu considers himself calm in dealing with things, occasionally surprised and rarely shocked. Whatever happens, deal with it calmly. But today's shock was hard even for him to contain. He saw a lot of runes, a lot of basic runes. No, it was even more basic than the basic runes he had mastered. In his eyes, these runes were extremely simple, yet extremely familiar. Those are the runes commonly used by Mang Anwen in the small world. Mang Anwen used these extremely simple runes to form a large formation. Driven by Mang Anwen, the god Shata has the ability to turn decay into magic. The runes in the small world are completely different from the runes in the big world. Why do the runes that Mang Anwen is good at appear here? Combined with the imitation Xinsha Tower. The shocking impact was beyond Lin Moyu's imagination. He even had doubts about this world. Lin Moyu entered the dark cave, and the runes brought light. These runes were flying in front of my eyes, forming words one by one. That's right, it's literature in the world. There are many differences between the small world and the big world. Not only the runes are different, but the text is also very different. The words composed of runes in front of me are the traditional words of the Xinsha Empire in the small world. Teacher, I can only have a few. Work hard, you will definitely be able. The runes are broken and the information left behind is incomplete. Lin Moyu combines words to form a sentence. This is all a teacher can do. If you work hard, you will definitely succeed. He analyzed it according to Mang Anwen's tone and got roughly this result. The tone and narrative style of this statement are indeed in line with Guanwen's character. Mang Anwen clearly exists in the small world, so why do his runes and messages appear in the ancient battlefield? What is the relationship between the two? Before Lin Moyu could figure it out, the rune exploded violently, and a black shadow smashed into the rune and came over to kill him. The black shadow opened its huge mouth, revealing its bright red tongue and sharp silver teeth. Lin Moyu's whole body bloomed with bright golden light. The God King's golden body was activated, and he punched out 9. The golden fist collided with the silver fang, and the huge force exploded. The ruins of the Xinsha Tower were violently shaken, but it did not collapse due to this. The materials used in any building in the ancient battlefield are quite strong. Although they are not as strong as the black materials in the mysterious matter, they are already strong. At least Lin Moyu can't ruin this. The silver fangs were shattered, and the black shadow quickly retreated with a harsh roar. Lin Moyu took one step forward and immediately caught up with him, and his golden fist struck out again. A ray of golden light penetrated the dark starry sky, penetrated the black shadow, and directly blasted the black shadow to the ground. An obvious big hole appeared in the black shadow's body, facing him from front to back. However, the black shadow did not stop. It ignored the wounds on its body and pounced on him again, opening its mouth to bite. Under the golden light, Lin Moyu has clearly seen the true face of the black shadow. This is an evil spirit that evolved from the fusion of countless resentments, obsessions, and some soul fragments. Evil spirits have no intelligence or consciousness. The only thing left is instinct. The meaning of their existence is to kill, and they kill everyone they see. What was hidden in the talisman blade before was an evil spirit. The evil spirit in front of me has obviously absorbed the soul of a beast and evolved into a beast-like appearance. Its realm is not high, it is only the 7th level of true God. Lin Moyu punched him a few times and already hit him in the face. But Lin Moyu also knows that it is difficult to truly eliminate evil spirits. Even though it was destroyed, as long as the ancient battlefield remains and the obsession and resentment remains, the evil spirit may still regenerate after a period of time. The runes scattered by the evil spirits have also disappeared at this moment. Lin Moyu sighed softly, thinking back, everything he just experienced seemed like a dream. It was impossible for Mang Anwen to appear here, but the impossible happened again. Indescribably weird. Things in ancient times are weird enough, but at least there are traces to follow that can clear your mind. But what happened at the ancient battlefield completely disrupted his thoughts and even affected Lin Moyu's worldview. After thinking about it, Lin Moyu felt that it was still because of his lack of strength. Perhaps when one reaches a certain level, these seemingly strange things will no longer feel strange. Put all your doubts aside for the time being and save them for the future. Along the pitch-black cave, Lin Moyu gradually entered the interior of the ancient battlefield. The internal structure of the ancient battlefield is a bit strange, with countless passages. No one knows what the interior of the ancient battlefield is used for. Some people speculate that it is an armory, some say it is logistics, and some say it is a place for soldiers to rest. No matter what kind of guess, there are unreasonable points. Seeing is believing, everyone believes what they see, and Lin Moyu is no exception. It doesn't matter what others say. What matters is that he has to see for himself what's inside. The darkness of the cave completely lost its light. Lin Moyu waved out the immortal flames and summoned the skeleton god Zhanren. The gray light of the immortal flame shines on the skeleton god warrior, and the white bones turn into mirrors, reflecting more light and illuminating more areas. The passages inside the ancient battlefield are not narrow. In most areas, the height and width are about 5 meters. In the passage, large star runes are carved on the tops of both sides and even on the ground. These runes have now lost their spirit, leaving only broken shapes. The runes have lost their effect. Lin Moyu checked the runes as he walked. Some of these runes were slightly complex and some were simple. The runes here all belong to the big world, with no trace of the small world. Lin Moyu knows most of the runes, and they are all recorded in rules. They all have their own functions, but some of them have no actual painting. About 60% of the runes are basic runes. 20% of the runes are high-level runes, and the remaining 20% are combination runes. Lin Moyu observed very carefully, and suddenly his heart moved. Is this a burst? The runes in the passage are not chaotic, but arranged and combined in a certain order. Although many places in the passage have been destroyed, Lin Moyu can still distinguish this combination. The key is that he has seen the arrangement and combination of the runes in front of him before. On the first level of the 4-star competition, in addition to the soul fire runes, the large formation that can simulate living beings uses a similar arrangement and combination. I didn't know much about runes at that time, so I couldn't understand them. Now it's completely different. Looking back carefully, the two do have quite a lot in common. With a thought in his heart, a large number of skeleton god warriors rushed out, looking for a way in the dark passage. The passages extend in all directions and are intricate, much more complicated than a spider web. It's a pity that many places have collapsed in the war and cannot be advanced. Even with Lin Moyu's ability, it is difficult to clean up these damaged places. Lin Moyu can only choose those paths that are feasible. Gradually, a map was sorted out and took shape in my mind. The topographic map is incomplete in many places, but it is enough. Sure enough, it's really a talisman array. And it's that big formation. Lin Moyu immediately realized that the human race's large formation was modeled after it. The ancient battlefield is the source of that great formation. The talisman masters in the human race forged that grand formation based on the talisman formations left in the ancient battlefield. However, because the ancient battlefield was severely damaged and many key parts were missing, the imitation of the formation was not perfect. Lin Moyu looked thoughtful. If the great formation in the ancient battlefield is complete, you can create a more powerful warrior and give it wisdom, then its combat power will be unimaginable. The imitation and incomplete formation can simulate the beings of the god realm. Is it possible for the complete formation to simulate the beings of the other side realm? If this is the case, the ancient battlefield is still crippled, and the opponent is so powerful. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. If his speculation came true, the opponent's strength would have reached an unimaginable level. Perhaps it was the level of the owner of the severed finger outside the star territory of the divine city. Lin Moyu felt that things were becoming more and more complicated. During the unrecorded years, some unknown things must have happened. What exactly happened cannot be traced back. Lin Moyu's eyes suddenly lit up. By the way, there is the law of time. If I could control the law of time, would I be able to see what happened in the past? The art of voyeurism can predict the future through the law of fate. Then I should be able to view the past directly through the law of time. After I become a god, I will choose the law of time and become my second law. Or curiosity gained the upper hand, allowing Lin Moyu to make a decision between the laws of space and the laws of time. But now, Lin Moyu decided to take note of this talisman array in the ancient battlefield. The skeleton god warriors are still looking for a way, and more passages are being discovered, with a large number of texts engraved in each passage. The talisman array uses the ancient battlefield as the array plate and arranges the array directly inside. Lin Moyu currently does not have the ability to be so generous. It can only be said that the power of the formation has mastered the runes and the control of the runes, and it has reached an astonishing level. Even Lin Moyu felt that Patriarch Su in the other side realm was not as good as him. Unfortunately, these runes were severely damaged, at least half of them were damaged. In some formation nodes, there should be materials, but at this moment the materials have disappeared. Either it was broken during the battle, or it was taken away after the battle. The skeleton god warrior searched out all the passages, not even the smallest corner was spared. Lin Moyu then took the trouble to walk along the passages one by one, looking at them one by one, and taking notes one by one. He wanted to write down all the runes inside without missing a single one. Even if the runes were damaged and only a fragment was left, he was not going to let them go. These runes are different from the runes in the secret realm. They have no gods, but only shapes. Moreover, the level of runes in the ancient battlefield is much lower than that of the runes in the secret realm. Most of these runes can be found in rules. So for Lin Moyu, it is not difficult to write it down, it just takes a little time. Lin Moyu has a plan in mind. There are many ancient battlefields in the Great God City, totaling about 1,000. If we could visit all the ancient battlefields, we might be able to form a complete formation. After all, the damage situation of each ancient battlefield is different. The damaged area here may be intact in another ancient battlefield. Of course, the premise is that the ancient battlefield must have the same formations, so that leaks can be checked and filled, and what is needed can be shared. After spending 30 days, Lin Moyu finally walked through the entire passage inside the ancient battlefield. He believed that there should be few people in 12 who could walk through all the passages like him. There are many details in the passages, and some passages are connected by very secret routes. In some places, it will be crowded even if one person walks through. There are even some places that are simply inaccessible. At the same time, Lin Moyu also discovered several insignificant corners that no one had entered. Without exception, these places are painted with runes. Although these runes are not important, the formation can function without them. But the effect of the formation will be greatly reduced. Lin Moyu didn't let anyone go, forging a huge number of skeleton god warriors. He wrote down all the documents in all the passages. It was equivalent to that he had completely imprinted an incomplete formation into his mind. For him, these 30 days have been a great harvest. I gained a new understanding of the method of arranging talisman positions, and almost built my own theoretical system. In Lin Moyu's mind, the internal structure of the ancient battlefield was presented as a three-dimensional figure. There are thousands of gaps in the three-dimensional figure, splitting the entire formation apart. These gaps are the damaged areas, and Lin Moyu has no suction for the time being. The largest gap is located in the center of the formation. That is the area where the main rune is located. This place was completely destroyed and it was impossible to enter. The main rune can be said to be the essence of the entire formation. If you cannot enter the main rune area, then it will be difficult for this formation to truly operate. Looking at the three-dimensional terrain map carefully, Lin Moyu looked for a way to enter the rune area. It is impossible to rely on skeletons, but through the analysis of the battle structure, it is not impossible. Soon, Lin Moyu locked a point. This point is close to the central area where the main rune is located. If you can walk, you may be able to pass this point and reach the main rune area directly. A few minutes later, Lin Moyu walked through the complicated passage and arrived at the location he found. There is indeed a passage here. Among the rocks, this passage appears about the size of a fist. People couldn't get through, so they tried to move the rocks away. But I don't know if it's due to time or other reasons, but the rocks are stuck together. He couldn't move it even with all his strength. He even used his original magic to raise his power star to the divine realm. But there is still nothing we can do with these rocks. The fist-sized passage extends all the way inside. The passage was filled with dust, no one had been there for a long time. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and snapped his fingers. A grey halo appeared at his feet, and then an undead lich the size of a fist appeared beside him. The undead lich circled around Lin Moyu, looking very happy. Lin Moyu touched the immortal lich's little head and said, "Go." The undead lich received Lin Moyu's order and flew towards the passage with a whoosh. The undead lich's body is petite and soft, like a jelly bean, and it keeps moving forward in the passage. After drilling for a while, it finally got out of the passage and entered another layer of space. The space is spacious and feels like a separate room. The three-dimensional figure in my mind suddenly had a large gap in the picture. Unfortunately, this is still not where the main rune is. Lin Tuanyu asked the undead lich to continue looking for other entrances and exits. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, I found nothing new. This space seems to be independent and not connected to the area where the main rune is located. It shouldn't be. Lin Moyu was a little unable to understand this situation, which was beyond the scope of his knowledge. In the corner of the room, the undead lich found a rune blade. The talisman blade looks like a dagger and cannot be seen to be sharp. Whether the runes are strong or not depends on the runes on the surface, not the materials. The dagger was bigger than the undead lich, and it couldn't be brought through the twisted passages, so Lin Moyu had no choice but to give up. In desperation, he could only connect to the undead lich's vision and begin to memorize the runes in the space. Undead vision is actually not suitable for recording runes. In a world of gray and white, the judgment of the depth and subtlety of some textures is far weaker than that of the naked eye. The efficiency of memory runes will be greatly reduced, and the accuracy will be insufficient. But now there is no way, Lin Moyu can only reluctantly record. It took half a day to finally write down most of the runes in this independent space. Suddenly Lin Moyu had a palpitation in his heart. Lin Moyu trusted his intuition so much that he did not hesitate to order the undead lich to return. The undead lich silently slipped back into the fist-sized passage, then hid in the passage and watched what happened in the room. First, the runes in the room began to glow. Not all the runes were glowing, only 1/10 was glowing. Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment, these runes could still be used. Then traces of black air emerged from room. The black air quickly became thicker and more numerous. Eventually, the black energy formed into a dark humanoid creature. This humanoid creature is completely black, but has a pair of white eyes. It looks very contrasting and a bit ferocious. He looked around the room, his nose twitching as if he was looking for something. Lin Moyu looked at this scene and suddenly realized. The room is indeed connected to the main rune, but people can't get through it. It's just connected with the rune. This dark humanoid creature is not a real person, but an evil spirit. But this evil spirit is extremely special, it has wisdom. Evil spirits are just a collection of resentment and obsession, plus some soul fragments. It is not a normal creature at all, it has no thinking, only instinct. But the evil spirit in front of him clearly has wisdom. It smells the scent of strangers and is looking for its target. The whole process is no different from ordinary people. Only then did Lin Moyu realize that he still missed this formation. He thought of the Soul Fire Talisman after the formation during the 4-star realm competition. The same is true here. Under the formation, there is also the existence of the Soul Fire Talisman. It is the Soul Fire Talisman that gives the evil spirit wisdom. In this way, the formation will be complete. The formation creates living beings, and the soul fire talisman gives wisdom, so that one can become a qualified warrior. At this time, the undead lich suddenly shrank back, and in front of the small passage, a big white eyeball appeared, staring at the undead lich. Return. The undead lich once again swam through the narrow gap like a marshmallow, before returning quickly. In the process of returning, the undead lich still stared at the evil spirit. The evil spirit was obviously angry and let out a roar. Then its whole body exploded and turned into countless black energy, which also came over, much faster than the undead lich. In the blink of an eye, the evil spirit will catch up with the undead lich. With a thought from Lin Moyu, the undead lich disappeared instantly and was taken back. Lin Moyu heard the roar of the evil spirit, and black energy poured out from the gap, appeared in front of Lin Moyu, and reformed into a human evil spirit. The evil spirit is stronger than the ones I saw before, comparable to the one in the talisman blade, and is already close to the realm of a god. It's just that the evil spirit in the talisman blade has no intelligence, only the killing instinct. The evil spirit in front of him has obviously gained wisdom and is more difficult to deal with. The evil spirit roared, its body changed, and a ball of black energy turned into a long whip and whipped over. Lin Moyu's eyes changed slightly. There was obviously some kind of law surrounding the long whip. For a while, he couldn't tell what law it was. But you can be sure that if you get picked, it won't feel too good. Two skeleton generals appeared next to Lin Moyu, wielding sword energy. The sword energy and the long whip collided together, and the energy spread like air waves and hit the channel. The channel trembled slightly, and all attacks were absorbed. The skeleton god rushed forward and swung the bone sword with his hand. The sword carried the law of immortality and emitted layers of gray light. The power of death of the immortal law can corrode everything, whether it is the law or the soul. The evil spirit did not dodge, and waved his hands again, turning into two long black whips and lashing at him. The skeleton god general's sword fell on the long whip, and it broke with a sound. But at the same time, countless black energy poured out from all directions of the passage, trapping the skeleton god general. The skeleton god will continue to wield the bone sword to cut off the black energy. The law of immortality played a huge role. The black energy of the evil soul was corroded by the law of immortality and could not be regenerated. Evil spirits are intangible and have no quality, and the law of immortality can also corrode them. The evil spirit screamed and took back the black energy. The skeleton god will get out of trouble and continue to attack the evil soul. At this time, the evil spirit suddenly looked at Lin Moyu, then let out a strange scream, exploded all over his body, and fled back. Lin Moyu held the soul-shooting bow on his head and was a little dumbfounded. This guy's senses are so keen. He was already very careful. Shigur's bow was sensed as soon as he took it out. This guy obviously felt the power of the soul-shooting bow and escaped extremely fast. You are so cowardly that you are not worthy of the word evil spirit. Lin Moyu looked a little helpless. Once this guy escapes, it will be difficult to catch him. Except for the undead lich, he couldn't get through the fist-sized passage. Lin Moyu was thinking about whether he should shout into the passage, "Come here." Just thinking about it, as long as the evil spirit is not too stupid, it will obviously not come over. The soul-shooting bow scared it. Evil spirits are extremely sensitive to soul-type magic weapons. The undead lich flew out again and got into the fist-sized passage. Hiding in the corner, secretly staring at the evil spirits. In the room, the evil spirit was standing in the center, and many runes were shining. The power of the runes was healing it. He was attacked by the law of immortality just now. Although his life was not in danger, he was still slightly injured. The law of immortality is not so easy to expel. The runes in the room obviously have the ability to heal injuries, but the runes are not suitable and cannot be completely cured. After waiting for a while, the evil spirit didn't feel any better. Suddenly, he took the talisman blade beside him into his hand. It held the talisman blade, hesitated for a long time, and then stabbed a position in front of itself. The solid earth is as soft as tofu in front of the talisman blade. The talisman blade pierced the ground easily and burst into light at the same time. There were several runes shining on the ground, and an entrance appeared. The evil spirit jumped in immediately, and before it completely entered, it threw the talisman blade randomly into a corner of the room. After it entered the channel quickly disappeared. Lin Moyu saw this scene in his eyes and couldn't help but smile to himself. I have wisdom, but I'm not very smart yet. Throwing the talisman blade randomly, do you think others can't find the correct position? Has it forgotten that it can see? Thinking of this, Lin Moyu suddenly realized that he had thought wrong. This guy just let himself see it on purpose. If you guessed it correctly, the location where the knife penetrates is different every time. So he was not afraid of others seeing it at all. The reason why he did this was to deceive others and confuse the public. It seems that we are still being cautious. There should be something down there that can cure his injuries. Then the question now is, how to draw it out and get rid of it? No, it's useless to kill it. I still can't get in. Not only do you have to kill it, but you also have to find a way to get in. Lin Moyu thought there wasn't much room for him to manipulate. To kill evil spirits, the most effective way is naturally the soul attack of the soul-shooting bow. It doesn't take much, just one arrow can kill him instantly. But at that time, there were extremely solid ruins and rocks. These ruins and rocks were not ordinary, and even the soul could not reach them. It is also impossible for him to turn into gas like an evil spirit and crawl through the gaps. But if there is no way to kill it, that's not the case. You don't need a soul-shooting bow, as long as you are strong enough, you can still kill it. Lin Moyu thought of two ways, and decided to take a two-pronged approach. The hell of bones opened silently, and then gradually spread. The bone hell is invisible and qualityless, and the ruins and rocks are made of special materials. Although it is somewhat blocking the bone hell still got through the gap and spread into the room. The bone hell shrouded the room, but Lin Moyu did not let the slaves inside do anything. He just used a magical spirit of the 7th level of the true god and waited quietly in the room. After waiting for a full hour, a hole appeared again on the floor of the room. Dark mist rose up from the entrance of the cave and quickly formed evil spirits. This evil spirit's injuries have been healed, and the things in the cave can indeed heal its injuries. The evil spirit seemed to feel that his room seemed a little different. Why did it become grayish-white? At this time, the wonderful spirit took action, and an invisible squeezing force fell on the evil spirit. The tangible and insubstantial evil spirit was suddenly suppressed into a grotesque appearance, indescribably weird. The evil spirit was attacked, roared angrily, and immediately launched a counterattack against the wonderful spirit. His hands turned into long black whips and whipped at him, scattering cheese. Wonderful spirit. Outside the room, Lin Moyu's mouth showed a hint of joy. Because the evil spirit launched an attack in the bone hell, it has been marked. After having the mark, the evil spirit is instantly locked. Original spell, gather. Lin Moyu's aura was rising steadily, and he broke through the God King almost in the blink of an eye, and then broke through the little God Lord and stepped into the God Lord realm. A gray and white galaxy of immortal laws appeared above the head. He took a bone sword from the skeleton god general and took out a corpse at the same time. Lin Moyu didn't even know who this corpse belonged to. He only knew that it was a minor deity during his lifetime, and that was enough. Spell, kill god. Stellar level magic, corpse explosion. The bone sword in his hand swung out with sword light, and the corpse exploded into pieces. The evil spirit in the room felt something was wrong, as if something bad was about to happen. It growled uneasily and instinctively wanted to dodge. But it was too late. The sword light suddenly lit up on his body, and at the same time a thunderous explosion sounded in the room. Both spells can ignore space. As long as it is locked, it will be attacked. Originally, it was difficult for the soul to lock onto the evil spirits in the room, but with the mark of the bone hell, the obstacles of those ruins and rocks disappeared. Once locked by the soul, Lin Moyu will upgrade his realm to a god and use the sword to kill the god. To be on the safe side, corpse explosion was also used. Using a two-pronged approach, the evil spirit was killed in an instant. The evil spirit turned into invisible energy again and continued to wander around the ancient battlefield. Maybe one day a new evil spirit will be formed, but it's hard to say whether he will be so lucky and be endowed with wisdom again. Now that the evil spirit is dead, the next thing to do is how to open the hole again. There is no solution to the existence of ruins and rocks, after such a strong attack just now. Except that the evil spirit was killed, other things in the room, including the engraved runes and the rune blades, were all intact. So Lin Moyu won't worry about how to get in at all. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't get in. If he insists on going in, there is no way out. Maybe he can try to summon the boss of the other side realm. In fact, he himself does not need to go in at all, it is enough for the undead lich to be able to go in. It might take a little effort, but so what does it matter? The undead lich flew into the room and slapped it to the edge of talisman. With the help of the undead lich's vision, Lin Moyu observed the runes on the rune blade. The most important thing on the rune blade is the runes. If you want to open the entrance, the most important thing is naturally the runes. The undead lich stretched out his chubby fingers and kept turning the runes over so that Lin Moyu could see them clearly. Then he picked up the rune blade again, flew into the room, and looked at the runes on the ground. Comparing and mirroring each other, Lin Moyu soon had the answer. It turns out that it looks difficult, but it's actually very simple. The runes on the rune blade correspond to the runes in the center of the room. After carefully observing the rune blade, Lin Moyu discovered that the runes on the blade were not static. It will flow slowly, like water that moves very slowly, changing little by little. This change basically occurs once every 10 seconds, moving a distance as thin as a hair. Although the distance is short, over time it has completely changed. The runes on the tip of the talisman blade have long since turned into something else. To open the entrance, you need to match the runes on the tip of the rune blade with the runes on the floor of the room. Once you figure it out, it's a simple matter. The undead lich held the talisman blade, waited until the runes on the talisman blade changed again, then found the right spot and plunged it in directly. The solid ground broke open like tofu without any resistance. The runes on the rune blade are connected with the runes on the ground and glow at the same time. Like a key opening a lock, a dark entrance appeared on the ground. Putting the talisman blade aside, the undead lich flew in happily. The power of the runes is flowing, forming an energy channel. The undead lich does not need to find a direction, there is a force pushing it forward. Soon, the undead lich entered another space. There is only one rune in this space, huge and extremely complex runes. The runes were not complete and were missing in many places. They were obviously affected by the war. Judging from the traces of the entire rune, only 1/3 is left. It is this third that is still running and performing some functions. It's true, it's the soul fire rune. Just by glancing at it, I can already tell that it is the same as the soul fire rune in the 4-star field. To be precise, the soul fire runes in the 4-star realm competition are imitations of it. But there is no soul fire here, only runes. Apparently the soul fire was added by Patriarch Su himself. The damage to the runes is too serious, and it is difficult to restore them all. Patriarch Su can add soul fire based on these runes and his own understanding to restore some of its functions, which is quite remarkable. The runes here are generally related to the soul. Its greatest function is to give the King of War wisdom. The biggest function of the talisman formations on the ancient battlefield is to create warriors. Although they are not real, they are no different from real warriors. Then it cooperates with the runes in front of them to give the warriors wisdom, so that the warriors created by the rune array have stronger combat effectiveness. The array talisman and this special rune work together perfectly. With the help of the undead lich's vision, Lin Moyu carefully observed the runes. This is an extremely complex combination of runes, composed of hundreds or thousands of runes. It does not form a rune array, it is just a combination of runes. Compared with the rune array, this kind of rune combination is more complex and profound, and it is also a truly advanced application of runes. In Lin Moyu's understanding, the control of runes can be divided into 4 levels. The first level is to master all runes and be able to draw individual runes. At the second level, you can combine runes into a rune array, connect different runes together, and even make simple combinations of some runes. The third level is that runes can be fused with each other to form an extremely complex rune. With a complex rune, the effect of the rune array can be exerted. The Soul Fire rune is at this level. It integrates a large number of runes with each other and exerts an effect similar to that of a rune array, and is even more powerful than a rune array. To achieve this step, it is much more difficult than building a rune array, and requires a deeper mastery of the runes. Lin Moyu has only touched the second level so far. As for the fourth level, it turns decay into magic. By drawing a rune, you will have the entire rune array, or the effect of the fused runes. The ancient runes in the secret realm are like this. They seem to be just runes that are not very complicated, but they contain countless functions, which are far better than the runes. Even if the rune disintegrates, the remaining corner, or even the fragments in the corner, can evolve into all kinds of terrible things. At this point, the most important thing is not the rune itself, but the god who drew it. Form or whatever, no longer matters. Lin Moyu even guessed that a powerful talisman master from ancient times would create a terrifying talisman that would destroy the world with just one stroke. These were the 4 levels of how he felt about the runes. As for whether there is a 5th level, there is. That is the most ultimate existence among the runes of the great world. A rune contains all the truths, all the laws, and even all the rules in the entire world. This level is far beyond what he can foresee now. Even the 4th level is hundreds of millions of miles apart. Lin Moyu is very pragmatic. He is trying to memorize the Soul Fire runes now. Fortunately, the center of the Soul Fire rune was not seriously damaged, which is also the core of the entire rune's operation. It took a day to finally write down this incomplete rune. Although I can't understand it now, I'll write it down first so that I can use it in the future. After writing down the runes, the immortal Lich began to observe the surrounding situation. This space is very special and does not seem to be in the real world. After observing for a while, Lin Moyu felt confident. The space where the Soul Fire runes are located should be an independent space created by the ancient battlefield runes. If this space does not collapse, it means that the talisman formation on the ancient battlefield still exists. The talisman array on the ancient battlefield at least still maintains this independent space. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he discovered that he might have another way to enter the core of the ancient battlefield. The talisman array is the core of the entire ancient battlefield, and there are 2 cores of the talisman array. One is the main rune. The main rune is a necessary condition for the rune array to function properly. The second place is the Soul Fire rune inside the rune array. The main rune must be connected with the Soul Fire rune. If the main rune collapses, the space where the Soul Fire rune is located will naturally collapse as well. The independent space is still there, and although the Soul Fire runes inside have been damaged, they can still perform some basic functions. It shows that the main rune has not been seriously damaged. At the same time, the power of the main rune can also communicate with the outside world and maintain basic operations. This shows that there must be a path to enter the area where the main rune is located. Lin Moyu has searched all the passages inside the ancient battlefield. A large number of skeleton god warriors have not missed any corner. Then this path is not inside, but outside, on the surface of the Tun battlefield. Lin Moyu left the inner passage and returned to the surface of the ancient battlefield. Lin Moyu began to examine the battlefield carefully. A vast and desolate atmosphere permeated the entire battlefield, with ruins and piles of rubble everywhere. Even if a meteorite from the starry sky hits it, It will not cause even a trace of damage to the ancient battlefield and leave no trace. But now the ancient battlefield is full of huge craters and the earth is cracked. They were all punched out with fists, palms, and weapons. If the ancient battlefield hadn't been strong enough, far superior to ordinary stars, it would have been destroyed long ago. This kind of material, which Lin Moyu could not destroy even with all his strength, was riddled with holes. You can imagine how fierce the battle was at that time. Lin Moyu was flying over the ancient battlefield, corresponding to the large formation graphics in his mind, looking for the entrance. During this time an evil spirit rushed towards him, and the white sword energy swept across the starry sky, wiping out all the evil spirits. A mere evil spirit can no longer cause any interference to Lin Moyu. After flying around the ancient battlefield several times, the corresponding entrance was not found. Another evil spirit rushed towards him and was easily killed by the skeleton god general. Ghost? Talisman blade. Lin Moyu suddenly thought that Qiao Xingyuan said before that he found a passage in the ancient battlefield that he had never found before. From there, he obtained the talisman. The passage that no one has ever discovered must be very secret. It's a pity that he was targeted by evil spirits and escaped, so he can't remember the specific location. But it doesn't matter, evil spirits are the best guideposts. Under the sight of the undead, the evil spirits turned into soul fires full of impurities. Normal soul fire, whether strong or weak, is pure and clean. Even the soul fire of a small flower is very pure. However, the soul fire of evil spirits is full of impurities, and its specific manifestation is that it is colorful, like a kaleidoscope, and the fields are gorgeous. The skeletons searched the ancient battlefield, and under the sight of the undead, the evil spirits had nowhere to hide. Soon, Lin Moyu found a place where a large number of evil spirits gathered. That's where Qiao Xingyuan found the talisman blade. Judging from the intensity of the soul fire, the evil spirits inside were basically at the God-King level. No wonder Qiao Xingyuan wanted to escape at that time. With his cultivation level of the 6th level of true God, he would be dead if he didn't escape. The skeleton god general rushed over first and followed the path of the undead vision to find the place where the evil spirits gathered. Then came the sword energy, wiping out all the evil spirits. This passage is located at the bottom of a crack. The crack is 10,000 meters deep, forming a grand canyon with sword marks. That sword almost split the ancient battlefield in half. Until now, Lin Moyu can still feel the sword energy left on both sides of the canyon. The sword energy is still not popular after countless years, which shows how terrifying the owner of that sword was. Through terrain comparison, Lin Moyu found the corresponding position of the sword and the talisman array. This sword not only almost split the entire ancient battlefield, but also split the talisman array into 2 pieces. Although a lot of runes were severely damaged, this sword accounted for most of them. Lin Moyu felt the sword energy and flew into the bottom of the canyon. Following the footsteps of the skeleton god general, we found a cave hidden behind rocks. The skeleton god general had already rushed into the cave first. There were many evil spirits in the cave, and they were all wiped out at this moment. This passage is actually part of the rune array, and is very close to the main rune in the center. And this passage has only one entrance, which is the bottom of the Grand Canyon. I didn't expect this before, so I missed it. Finally, at the end of the passage, I saw a stone wall. The stone walls, like the rest of the passage, were covered with runes. But Lin Moyu saw what was special about it. The runes on it were different from other places. It is somewhat similar to the runes on the floor of the previous room. These runes represent one meaning, which is the door. Behind it, there is space. Judging from the terrain map, the space behind is where the ancient battlefield talisman array and the main rune are located. The method to enter is also very simple. It is the same as in the room. You can open it with the corresponding talisman blade. It was the talisman blade that Qiao Xingyuan got. Lin Moyu was a little speechless. He returned the talisman blade to Wang Xing at that time, and now the talisman blade should have been in the hands of the Wang family. Lin Moyu didn't expect it to be like this, and the matter wasn't too troublesome, because the Wang family only needed a knife. And he happened to be looking for Wang Xing to ask about joining the Talisman Masters Association. There is a lot of information about Talisman Masters in the Talisman Masters Association, which is what I need. Some information is not available on Renhuang Network and cannot be purchased with money. It can only be seen inside the Talisman Masters Association. While studying runes, Lin Moyu had already decided to join the Talisman Masters Association. Leaving the ancient battlefield, flying towards the Chu 12301 galaxy. The main rune must be taken a look at. On star 12,301-1, the Wang family is the undisputed overlord. Although they must also act under the rules of the Human Emperor Network, they still have some privileges. After all, they are the managers of this galaxy. Moreover, in the high-level area, there is also the Wang family, which is the main family and is extremely powerful. In the Wang family, Wang Xing has already returned. He gave a detailed report on what happened before, and also handed over the replacement blade. In his eyes, things like the Lu family and the Qiao family were all trivial matters. Only the unknown God King made him feel extraordinary. These days, he rubs it from time to time. He has not joined the Talisman Masters Association yet. If I can be his introducer, then maybe I can get a lot of benefits. He went to the ancient battlefield and didn't know when he would be able to come back. Wang Xing was sitting in his courtyard drinking tea when his ears suddenly moved. A voice sounded in his ear, "Senior brother Wang." Wang Xing looked up and found that the Japanese were looking at him at an altitude of 10,000 meters. "It's him." Wang Xing showed surprise. "As soon as I thought of the other party came back." In addition to being surprised, there is also shock. The Wang family is surrounded by formations. The formations are not defensive formations, they only serve to block sight. Outside the formation, the situation inside the formation cannot be seen. But Lin Moyu could find him easily, which made him doubt Lin Moyu's strength. Is this guy really in the God King realm? Wang Xing flew up on the spot and came to Lin Moyu's side, with a smile and a very polite attitude. "I was just thinking about when my junior brother will come back. Come on. Go down and have a drink of tea. If you have anything to do, we can chat." Wang Xing does not know Lin Moyu's name, but Renhuang Network will not lie to people. Lin Moyu's realm is indeed the 4th level of God King, there is no mistaking this. According to the rules, there is nothing wrong with treating one as a junior or a younger brother. However, the relationship between the two seems to have turned around a bit, and Wang Xing is extremely polite to Lin Moyu. Wang Xing led Lin Moyu back to his yard. The Wang family is very big, like a small city. There are tens of thousands of Wang family members living there, and including the staff inside, the total number exceeds 10 million. In the human race, there is no such thing as a servant. There are only normal staff. I work hard and get paid. Everyone is fair. There is a human network, and there is no such thing as exploitation. Anyone who dares to violate it will have serious consequences. Over time, there are basically no playboys in the major families. Those kind of unreasonable guys basically get into trouble and die. Wang Xing brewed tea in the yard. The aroma of the tea was slightly light, but Lin Moyu frowned slightly after taking a sip. Seeing this, Wang Xing couldn't help but ask, "Junior brother, don't you think tea is good?" Wang Xing knows that his tea is not bad and already belongs to the better category. But obviously, Lin Moyu didn't like it. Either Lin Moyu doesn't like tea, or his tea is too bad. Lin Moyu didn't pay much attention to tea drinking before, but later he joined Zhu Qiwu and Zhu Tian. After drinking enlightenment tea all day long, and drinking the other shore realm to be eligible to enjoy authentic tea, this is what I have in my mouth. Now I drink this ordinary tea and it doesn't taste very good. It's so difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Lin Moyu secretly laughed in his heart, thinking that he had developed a bad habit without knowing it. However, he has no intention of getting rid of this bad habit. He can just follow his heart and there is no need to deliberately correct it. It's not a big deal anyway. Lin Moyu smiled slightly apologetically, I'm not very good at speaking. How about senior brother Wang, try my tea? Wang Xing understood that his tea was indeed not very good, and he couldn't help but want to see what good tea Lin Moyu could come up with. Of course. Wang Xing stretched out his hand, and the tea set on the table had been replaced with a new set. Then Wang Xing took out another jade pot, which contained a clear water. There are scales and ripples in the clear water, as if little golden lights are shining in it. Wang Xing said, good water goes with good tea. This is the golden clear spring obtained from the secret realm of Jin Shui. It is very good for making tea. Wang Xing put the tea into the teapot. The teapot was also a magic weapon, and a flame automatically appeared underneath and began to boil the water. The Jin Hui Qingchuan was obviously not easy to boil, and it took a full 2 minutes for some bubbles to appear. The higher the grade of water, the less likely it is to be boiled. For example, Dao Shui cannot be boiled even by the ordinary other shore realm, so it requires the help of the Holy Lord. Wang Xing continues to work hard to heat water. Lin Moyu is very patient and not in a hurry. 10 minutes later, the tea boiled, and little golden lights flew out of it, which was extremely beautiful. Even before the tea is brewed, you can already smell the fragrance. Lin Moyu also took out the tea leaves at this time, and a slender tea leaf about the length of a finger flew out and fell into the boiling water minister. In an instant, a scent of fragrance hit the nostrils, instantly filled the entire yard, and was still spreading outwards. Wang Xing was stunned on the spot and looked at Lin Moyu blankly. This is enlightenment tea? Lin Moyu nodded, well, tower. He also got this from Zhu Qiwu. Zhu Qiwu was in a good mood at that time and gave him a lot of enlightenment tea. Although Zhu Qiwu has been guarding the area for thousands of years without moving, his clones have traveled to many places. On the battlefield, tea trees grow in some dangerous areas. Zhu Qiwu's income over the past 1,000 years is quite a lot. Wang Xing obviously didn't know where Chongqing tea came from, but it was enough to know that it was enlightenment tea. That is the enlightenment tea that can only be enjoyed by deities, and it is not something that ordinary deities can get. Even his family owner only got some by chance. In Wang Xing's eyes, Lin Moyu became more and more mysterious. He was almost certain that there was a powerful family behind Lin Moyu. Otherwise, a god king, no matter how powerful he is, would never be able to obtain the enlightenment tea. Wang Xing's smile became even brighter, all over his face. I didn't expect that I, Wang Xing, would be lucky enough to taste the enlightenment tea. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. Senior brother Wang, you can drink a few more cups, but the first cup is more effective, and the rest will taste good. Wang Xing smiled brightly, with joy from the bottom of his heart. Enlightenment tea is a great temptation for any cultivator. Not all of the gods like to drink tea, but they all like Yudao tea. Because enlightenment tea can really strengthen the soul and enhance the realm. The enlightenment tea needed to be brewed for a while, so Lin Moyu took the opportunity to ask, Senior brother Wang, is that talisman blade still there? Lin Moyu doesn't like beating around the bush, so Yulei asked directly. Wang Xing said, it was handed over to the family, and it should be transferred to the Talisman Master Association now. My Wang family is a family of talisman masters. Generally, things like talisman blades will eventually be handed over to the Talisman Masters Association. Let me check it for you. Wang Xing closed his eyes and seemed to be searching. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes again. I have indeed arrived at the Talisman Masters Association. This talisman blade has been identified as a 5th-level talisman blade, and I have received some rewards for it. Junior brother, do you want this talisman blade? Lin Moyu nodded slightly, that's right. Wang Xing showed a look of embarrassment. This is not easy to handle. If the junior brother had spoken before, there would be no problem in giving the talisman blade to the junior brother. But once you enter the Talisman Master Association, you must follow the rules of the Talisman Master Association. No one can violate it. Lin Moyu doesn't understand the rules of the Fu Master Association at all, senior brother Jing Wang elaborated. Wang Xing also had his own Xiao Jiujiu in his heart, and with his own purpose, he immediately told some of the rules of the Talisman Master Association. The Talisman Masters in the Talisman Masters Association are ranked according to their grades. What kind of grade can be mobilized to what kind of resources? The grades are divided into 9 levels from low to high. The resources that a King Star Level 3 Talisman Master can mobilize are limited to Level 3 and below. This time he handed in the 5th level Talisman Blade, received some rewards, and was one step closer to the 4th level. According to Wang Xing, in half a year at most, he would be sure to be promoted to the 4th level Talisman Master. But if you want to get the Talisman Blade from the Talisman Masters Association, you need to reach the 5th level Talisman Master. Moreover, the Talisman Blade is also very likely to be borrowed by other 5th level Talisman Masters. In this case, it will take longer to obtain it. In other words, if there are higher level Talisman Masters who need this Talisman Blade, they can use the rank to get it back from other Talisman Masters. The hierarchy in the Talisman Masters Association is very strict, and with each higher level, the power will be much greater. Lin Moyu frowned, not expecting it to be so troublesome. In other words, he now needs to join the Talisman Master Guild and reach level 5 or above before he can obtain the Talisman Blade. He had never thought about robbing someone by force, nor would he try to rob it. Such a thing was impossible. He also has a way, which is to invite Patriarch Su. He believed that Patriarch Su must also be a member of the Talisman Master Association, and he was probably a 9th level Talisman Master. As long as he opens his mouth, he can naturally get this Talisman Blade. But for such a trivial matter, it seems unnecessary to ask Patriarch Su. At this time, the tea is brewed and the aroma of the tea becomes more intense. Almost everyone in the Wang family was enveloped in the fragrance of tea, and countless people exclaimed. There are even disciples of the Wang family who are in the super god realm. After smelling the fragrance of tea, if they have some enlightenment, they will fall into a state of enlightenment on the spot. The enlightenment tea exclusive to the deity will naturally not be simple. Wang Xing couldn't wait any longer. Lin Moyu moved his mind slightly, and a stream of tea naturally fell into the teacup in Wang Xing's hand. Wang Xing didn't care how hot it was, he just swallowed it in one bite. This is the enlightenment tea. Wang Xing feels that he is lucky enough to drink the enlightenment tea in the God King realm. The scalding tea exploded in his body, all kinds of insights came to his mind, and Wang Xing also fell into a state of epiphany in an instant. A strange scene appeared in Wang's house. Many young people were still talking and even walking. After smelling the fragrance of tea, he suddenly closed his eyes and fell into a state of cultivation. Many of them started practicing boxing on the spot, practicing techniques, and everything. The situation in the true God realm is a little better. Although they have a lot of insights after smelling the fragrance of tea, they are not as enlightened as in the super God realm. They will have one more question, this smell is so strange, where does it come from? The disciples of the God King realm felt something was wrong. They couldn't tell the source of the tea fragrance for a while, and they didn't know whether it was good or bad. Everyone, stay on alert. A low shout echoed throughout the Wang family. Everyone in the Wang family knew who the owner of the voice was and responded in unison, Zun Leng. The person who spoke out was called Wang Bo, the head of the Wang family and a god. Lin Moyu also heard the sound, and felt the aura of the divine realm approaching quickly. The speed was very fast, the sound was still echoing in the home, and Wang Bo's people had already appeared in front of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu stood up slowly, saluted Wang Bo without being humble or overbearing. Junior has met the head of the Wang family. Wang Bo didn't say anything. He first glanced at Wang Xing, who was in the enlightenment state, and then glanced at the teapot that was still boiling. It is indeed the enlightenment tea. Lin Moyu smiled and asked if the Ren family wanted to have a drink. Good. Wang Bo sat down happily, picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup, without saying anything. Lin Moyu saw that there was also a rune embroidered on the cuffs of Wang Bo's clothes. The rune represented 4. This is a 4th level talisman master. The divine realm is the 4th level of talisman master. Obviously, it is not as easy as one thinks to advance in the Talisman Master Association. Wang Bo took a long breath and praised repeatedly, "Good tea, this tea is even better than the butcher's enlightenment tea." While he was talking, he poured himself another glass, and he was indeed not polite at all. Lin Moyu didn't try to stop him. For the deity, the things in the enlightenment tea were of little use. More just to satisfy the appetite. After finishing 3 cups in a row, Wang Buozai said, "My dear, are you the one who saved Lu Ji in Fenglin City a few days ago?" Lin Moyu nodded. "It seems that senior brother Wang has told the family leader everything." Wang Bo asked, "Shefa, can you tell me your name?" Lin Moyu let go of the hidden name, and Wang Bo's eyes widened when he saw it. "It turns out to be you, Xiaoyu Lin." Xiaoyu Lin is indeed a real hero. In his opinion, people like Lin Moyu will definitely achieve higher than himself in the future. The person standing behind Lin Moyu may not necessarily be the god, but may even be the other side. So it all makes sense for Lin Moyu to have enlightenment tea. Wang Bo asked, "Little friend Lin came to see Wang Xing, but is there anyone?" Lin Moyu talked about the talisman blade. He didn't say what to do with the talisman blade, but he made it clear that he needed the talisman blade. Wang Bo also showed a look of embarrassment, the same as Wang Xing. "If Xiaoyu Lin had told me a few days earlier, I could have decided whether to give it away or not when I was old. But now that I have entered the Talisman Masters Association, it will not be easy to get it out again. Even if you are an old man, you must abide by the rules." Lin Moyu expressed his understanding. "Senior brother Wang Xing has already told me that you need to reach the corresponding level to get back the special blade." Wang Bo nodded and glanced at Wang Xing. "Young friend, you can let Wang Xing serve as your recommender to join the Talisman Master Association." Lin Moyu asked, "Do I have to introduce someone to join the Talisman Masters Association?" Wang Bo replied, "You can also have no introducer, but that will be more troublesome and may waste a lot of time. If you have a referrer, you can join the membership directly. If the child achieves good results, the referrer will also receive corresponding rewards." Lin Moyu expressed that he understood that Wang Bo did not compete with Wang Xing for credit, which was good. At this time, Wang Xing's aura fluctuated, as if he was about to break away from the state of enlightenment. Wang Bo smiled slightly. "As for the Talisman Masters Association, Lin Xiaoyu can just ask Wang Xing, he knows it very well. I won't disturb you two anymore." Lin Moyu handed over his hand and said, "Any family can decide it." Wang Bo's figure flashed and disappeared. A few seconds later, Wang Xing slowly woke up. His aura improved a bit, and he seemed to have touched the edge of the 7th level of the God King. The epiphany he had just now was of great help to him and saved him at least several years. However, the enlightenment tea only has miraculous effects after drinking it for the first time, and the subsequent effects will not be so obvious. Wang Xing let out a long breath and smiled sheepishly. "I just realized that Yuandao tea is indeed well-deserved." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Congratulations to senior brother Wang Xing for your understanding. It is estimated that he will reach the 7th level of God King soon. Thanks to junior brother." Mid-sentence, Wang Xing suddenly paused on the spot, his eyes became brighter and brighter, and his expression became more and more weird. Lin Moyu naturally knew what he saw, because he saw his famous minister. Just now he let go of the hidden information and showed Wang Bo his name, but he didn't put it away. Wang Xing's voice became weird and stuttered. You are Lin Moyu? The same Lin Moyu who came first in the 4-star competition?" Lin Moyu hid his name again. "Senior brother, you can keep your voice down." He didn't want to be watched by people again. Wang Xing would summon people like this. Wang Xing immediately shut up. "Are you really that Lin Moyu?" Lin Moyu admitted. While pouring tea for Wang Xing, "Brother Wang, drink a cup of tea to calm down." Wang Xing was flattered and took it, but couldn't help but ask, Are you really Lin Moyu who has opened up the secret realm? Like Wang Bo, he drank 3 drinks in a row before calming down. But seeing his excited look, Lin Moyu felt that he was right to hide his name. What's wrong with the people in this divine city? How could they be so excited even if they didn't do anything? Wang Xing said, Junior brother Lin, you may not know that the people in our divine city have special admiration for those who can get through the secret realm. Believe it or not, the galaxy you were in before must have been overcrowded, and there must be many people looking for you in that. Wang Xing explained a lot, and Lin Moyu finally understood. In the city of God, it is a great honor to be able to open up the secret realm. That kind of person will become the focus of the city. It is far from comparable to the first place in the 4-star competition. Lin Moyu waited until Wang Xing calmed down before speaking. Senior brother Wang, please be my introducer. I want to join the Formation Master Association. Wang Xing nodded in agreement without hesitation. Okay, no problem, we'll go right away. Don't worry, you can finish the enlightenment tea first. Wang Xing was much more anxious than Lin Moyu. He picked up the tea horse and poured it into his mouth. In the end, he ate all the enlightenment tea leaves. After drinking, let's go. Wang Xing pulled Lin Moyu and flew out of Wang's house. The Wang family is not in the city, but in the wild. About 1,000 kilometers away from the Wang family, there is a large city, which is also the main city of the star. The main city is called Jinhui City, which is said to be named after the Jinhui Secret Realm. The Jinhui Secret Realm is a secret place near Galaxy 12301. The Jinhui clear spring that Wang Xing used to make tea was obtained from the Jinhui Secret Realm. Before entering the main city, Lin Moyu saw the familiar Faith Tower. This city is very big. There are 5 Faith Towers in the city, which are arranged in the 4 corners and the center of the city. There seem to be several Kongshi halls. However, in the center of the city, there is another huge building, the Talisman Masters Association. The building of the Talisman Masters Association is extremely irregular. From its appearance, it looks like a huge rune. If people who don't understand look at it, they will only think it is crooked and very unsightly. But if you have a talent for runes, you can see the charm in them. Because it is indeed a rune, and the meaning contained in this rune is enlightenment, which means enlightenment. People who are gifted with runes will resonate with this rune owner. Wang Xing explained, the first test of the Talisman Masters Association is actually to resonate with their architecture. If there is resonance, it means you are qualified to join the Talisman Society. Lin Moyu asked, but this will go wrong. Some people have Talisman Master talents, but they may not resonate with them. It would be too arbitrary to judge whether someone is suitable for learning runes based on just one rune. Wang Xing continued, that's true, so this is just the first test, and the Talisman Master Association will conduct more detailed tests in the future. But in fact, if it cannot resonate, even if it is later detected that it has Talisman Master talent, its talent will not be too strong. Actually, there is no need for those people to become Talisman Masters. Studying runes is not a simple matter, and it may even affect cultivation. Lin Moyu naturally understands the reason. Time is always limited, and it really makes no sense to forcefully study runes when you know that your talent is not strong. Although many people are saying that runes can be used as jade from other mountains, it is not that beautiful. The two came to the square in front of the Fu Master Association and stopped. Wang Xing said, Junior brother Lin can give it a try. He naturally knows that Lin Moyu can definitely resonate. The strength of the runes Lin Moyu displayed at that time exceeded him by an unknown amount. He just wanted to see what level the resonance caused by Lin Moyu would reach. The stronger the talent, the stronger the resonance. Wang Xing continued, resonance will cause thunder. 1 thunder is an ordinary talent, 3 thunders is a superior talent, and 9 thunders is a top talent. It is said that above the 9 thunders, there are more thunders, but I have never seen them before. Lin Moyu asked, how to resonate? It's very simple, just inject soul power into it. Even if you have Wang Xing as the recommender, you can save a lot of steps, but the most basic test still needs to be done. According to what Wang Xing said, Lin Moyu injected soul power into the building of the Fu Master Association. The runes suddenly glowed with light, buzzing and vibrating, followed by a thunderous sound. So fast. Junior brother Lin's soul is really strong. Wang Xing's heart was shocked, and he also injected soul power, but the speed of resonance was also different. Generally speaking, the stronger the soul power, the faster the resonance speed. There is no doubt that Lin Moyu can resonate. It's just that this speed is a little too fast. It's less than a second before and after. Wang Xing recalled the process of arousing resonance back then. It took almost 5 minutes before the first thunder came. The difference between 5 minutes and less than 1 second is really a few days. A thunder exploded in the city, and the people in Jinhui City were not surprised. They all knew that someone was triggering the runes of the Talisman Masters Association. But what happened next made everyone start to doubt life. A thunder is just the prologue, what happens next is called magic. Boom boom boom. Thunder followed one after another. The sky suddenly darkened, and at some point, the sky was covered with clouds and thunderclouds rolled in. There were bursts of thunder, and countless electric snakes were flying in the clouds. The thunder has never stopped since it started, and it is getting faster and faster and denser. Wang Xing was completely stunned. He had previously said that 1 sound of passing, 3 sounds of excellence, and 9 sounds of thunder were the best talents. But Lin Moyu has more than 9 sounds, 18 sounds, 36 sounds, completely more than that. He could hardly count them, probably hundreds of them already. He even suspected that this was not the thunder caused by Lin Moyu at all, but thunder and rain. Everyone in the Fu Master Association was alarmed and flew out one by one. Suddenly someone shouted, "Give it back!" Click! A bolt of lightning fell and struck the building of the Talisman Master Association. With a loud bang, the building of the Talisman Masters Association collapsed. The crooked rune building exploded and fell to the ground. One after another figures flew out from inside, each with a powerful aura, either a god king or a minor god. Finally, there is a deity. What happened? It's so good, why did it explode? What's going on with the thunderclouds in the sky? These people were either studying runes in seclusion, or they were in deep trance and did not hear the thunder before. The thunderclouds in the sky also dispersed in an instant, leaving no trace. A group of people stopped in midair, looking very confused. Lin Moyu looked at a god in the sky, and one of its sleeves also showed through. Like the runes on Wang Bo's sleeves, they represent 4. This is also a 4th level rune master. Other rune masters are either 2nd or 3rd level, not higher. Lin Moyu had a bad guess in his mind. The talisman blade was identified as level 5. But there were only level 4 rune masters here. Explain that the appraisal was not done by any of these people in front of you. The talisman blade might not be here anymore. Wang Xing came to Lin Moyu, he is the branch elder here. The Talisman Master Association can be divided into a general association and countless branches. The branch is further divided into 2 levels, lower level and upper level. Each branch is headed by an elder. Jinhui City is a primary area, so the Talisman Masters Association here is naturally only a low-level branch. The elder in charge of the branch is a 4th-level Talisman Master in the Divine Realm. His rank is equivalent to Wang Bo of the Wang family. Lin Moyu looked over and saw the information revealed. Su Shan, a 4th-level Talisman Master and a 1st-level Divine Master. When Lin Moyu saw his name, he guessed whether he had something to do with Patriarch Su. After all, everyone's surname is Su. But there are countless people named Su, so it is most likely a coincidence. Su Shan also knew what happened and turned to look at Lin Moyu. His eyes were shining, staring at Lin Moyu as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Little guy, is it you who resonates? Being able to cause 9 thunders is the ultimate talent. Lin Moyu caused countless thunders and even the Talisman Masters Association was blown up. how far does this talent go? It's more legendary than legend, it's completely unbelievable. Compared to this, blowing up the house of a Talisman Master Guild branch is nothing. This kind of house can be rebuilt in minutes. Lin Moyu was a little embarrassed. How about I compensate you for this house? Su Shan quickly shook his head. No, this kind of dilapidated house should have been rebuilt a long time ago. It happened to be bombed this time, so we can build a bigger and better one. This attitude is so good that it is unbelievable. Su Shan came to Lin Moyu and said, "Son, do you want to join the Formation Master Association?" Lin Moyu nodded. "Senior brother Wang is my recommender." Su Shan was overjoyed. Okay, Wang Xing Talisman Master, you have made meritorious service, I will report it to the General Assembly. After he praised Wang Xing, he immediately looked at Lin Moyu, and his tone became extremely amiable again. "Child, have you ever learned runes before?" Lin Moyu admitted generously, "I have studied by myself for several years, almost 20 years. He counted the time spent in the human emperor's training ground, more than 6,000 days, almost 20 years. Su Shan nodded repeatedly. "You have been studying by yourself for 20 years, so you should be able to draw talismans. I wonder how many talismans you have mastered, okay?" Lin Moyu thought for a while. "I have basically mastered all the basic runes, and I have mastered dozens of advanced runes." Su Shan's expression suddenly changed, and his voice suddenly rose 10 degrees. "What did you say?"